Which were the exhibits? Which ones do you have for me? Okay, what number are they?
936.
All right, are we ready for the jury? Okay, thank you.
The world is gone. We're just waiting on the jury. Girls, it's too early. Why do they have to do the trial at 7 a.m.? Or, well, 10 a.m. Well, you know what I'm saying. Different times for different girls, I suppose. I'm here on behalf of Amber's $500 bottle of wine. Like a case later.
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right, are we ready to continue with the witness?
Unfortunately, that
Yes, Your
stupid
Honor.
deposition.
The remaining portion of the deposition video of Aaron Filati will include the questioning by counsel for Mr. Depp.
All right, thank you.
Oh, God, this is an hour by itself.
Do you have any professional responsibility to
What the hell is
report or
that, urine?
document suspected physical abuse of one of your patients?
Does she really need a small bottle of water?
If I witness or
I mean,
find out information of
There's 0
domestic,
calories, honey.
or child abuse, yes.
And so what is that responsibility?
I need to notify superiors of the information I was provided with.
When
Now,
did you first meet this?
Nurses can get paid good or they cannot get paid good. Depends if they waive their
I
insurance,
believe
which
it
I don't
was
suggest
the
you
end
do.
of-
Traveling nurses can get paid really good.
I'm just looking at my nursing notes.
What the heck? I think she's thinking
it
she's going to
looks
testify today.
like
Oh
August
my God.
27th, 2014.
Oh my
So,
God.
can we please pull up the nursing notes, which I believe
He
are,
looks like the
exhibit
devil.
2?
Why did she choose this
Okay, I'd
outfit?
like to, while we have this document up, I'd like to go through this section that's called client history. Do you see what I'm referring to?
Yes.
Why did she choose it?
Was
I mean,
the
it's
information in this
cute,
paragraph
but it's
self-reported
devilish.
to me by Ms.
But
Hartman?
traveling nurses for the stars get paid lots
I
and
just had a
lots
quick
of
moment to
money,
review it and I
girls.
can answer that question.
And this lady has some moles on her face. Girl, I would get them off me, honey. It's gotta be. It's what's that song? You know that song that came out in the 80s. If you're blue and you don't know
to answer
where
that
to go
question,
to and you
I
just know where
believe
fashion
this was
sits.
Information given to me.
No,
from
Miss
I'm
B,
not
Amber has not
positive,
testified
but
yet.
I can say that anytime I refer,
Though, I think
or
she
begin
might.
a sentence with client states
Hello, Tommy,
or
honey.
client reports, those I can confirm. You know, I received that information from the client. As far as in totality, I would assume
Mm-hmm.
most information came from Ms.
I have
Heard,
a
but I can't
friend
rule
of a
out that
friend
we didn't get any
who is
information
a travel
from
nurse.
the
She's always
treating
talking
physician
about
in
her.
preparation either.
Pulling in them
And I think,
coins.
would this information have been relayed to you at that first meeting with Ms. Heard?
Girl, she's dressed like
This
the Joker. She could
information-
get up there and throw them
If it was
them
information
toy
I
teeth
received from
and
Dr.
claim the
Cooper,
teeth
I
are going to
would've had
testify.
that information probably
I made a butter
prior to
pecan
meeting
iced
her.
coffee, and it
But
is really
anytime that I
good.
said states, and I can confirm that I got that information, I would assume that it was sometime within the first day or two of meeting her, because I usually take a client.
Hello,
history when I meet a
mistaken.
client.
Go down a couple more sentences. It says, AH reports history of substance abuse, including an addiction to cocaine and liquor. CT client reports abstaining from cocaine for a couple years, but was unable to report exact dates. Do you see that? Do you see that where I'm referring to?
Yes, I see that.
And that's something that you would have written?
Yes.
And this is also information that you believe Ms. Heard would have reported directly to you?
Again, I don't have specific
Yes, she does,
recollection of
Maddie.
this, but I would have to refer to my notes that says the client reports it. So the assumption would be made that she provided me with that information.
So it goes on to say, CT does not smoke cigarettes. She reports consuming 1 to 3 glasses of red wine each day. Do you see that?
Jamie posted in the Discord, but
And then
posted in the wrong section, so I had to delete it. He put it in my live announcements.
Again, I don't recall.
But apparently, Simply
specifics
Sarah's
of that, I
husband
would
is in the
refer
hospital,
again
Jamie. So I
in
hope,
that
hope he's
particular
okay.
sentence you're
Hope he
referring
pulls
to, I
through.
use the verbiage of she reports, meaning Ms. Heard reports. So I would make the assumption that she reported that information to me.
In the time that Ms. Heard was your patient, do you recall seeing her consume wine?
Yes.
Is this self-report of 1 to 3 glasses of red wine each day consistent with your recollection?
I don't recall her drinking red wine every time I saw her, so I can't confirm that each time I saw her she would drink 1 to 3 glasses. I don't recall her drinking every time I saw her.
Did you ever see Ms. Heard appear intoxicated from drinking alcohol?
I don't recall her being intoxicated.
Okay, so moving on to the next sentence here, it says she reports a familial.
Honestly,
history
don't know
of
how you can
substance
drink
abuse,
all this
a
alcohol and
household,
just
mother and
not.
father have abused and become dependent on stimulants, methamphetamine, opiates,
Jesus.
and alcohol. Did I read that correctly?
Does anybody know what was the list of medications Johnny Depp was on yesterday? Does anybody remember?
That's correct.
It was a long list.
So this is also something that Ms. Heard reported to you as far as your notes reflect.
Again, I don't have specific recollection of this. It appears that she did report that, but I don't remember.
Yeah, it was so long.
So,
It's like 10 minutes, wasn't it, Maddie?
Client admits to history of
Insulin, lithium,
disorder,
Xanax. I think
attention
insulin was
deficit
on there, wasn't
disorder,
it? Because she's
bipolar
diabetic.
disorder, codependence issues, and occasional insomnia. Do you see that sentence?
Yes.
Her taking meth,
And
though,
based
that
off
would
of this
explain why
note
she's
and
so
specifically the
erratic.
language that says client admits, you believe that this is something that Ms. Heard would have reported to you?
As you stated, because it says client admits, I would make that assumption.
What do you recall Ms. Heard saying about her history of anxiety issues?
I don't recall specifics. As I stated earlier in the morning, I remember a general anxiety with many issues
This could Miss B.
in her life.
What do you recall Ms. Heard telling you about her codependence issues?
I have vague memory of discussing codependence issues within previous relationships. I couldn't give you specifics on that. I just sort of have a vague memory of discussing that.
Do you have any non-specific recollections of Ms. Heard being anger?
She was married to that
rage?
woman.
Other than that time that I spoke about in London,
Klein identifies as bisexual
I
and was
didn't
married to a female partner
specifically
prior to a
witness
relationship with Johnny.
anger and rage from Ms. Heard.
The next sentence here says her mood has been labile. Am I pronouncing that correct? So first of all, what does that mean?
So this is when I touch it on my
Emotional
Kindle.
ability is typically when emotions swing on a pendulum. You know, for example, you may see someone very sad at one moment and quickly transition to extreme happiness. It sort of swings from, like I said, sort of a pendulum.
And did you ever in the time that you treated Ms. Heard, did you ever personally witness this type of emotional ability?
I don't recall specifically.
What if she's lying or she's being honest?
The next sentence says, client expressed concern to husband and Dr. Kipper that she's nervous about being alone while husband is working on movie set in London, and expressed she has difficulty dealing with feelings of insecurity and jealousy when not in the presence of her husband. Did I read that right?
Yeah.
Do you recall learning this during your initial meeting with Ms. Heard?
I don't recall learning this during the initial meeting, but again, when I initially met Ms. Heard, and
What the heck? Can I hear that person like breathing or moaning?
brief, because then after that we traveled to London. So I don't recall if I learned.
Wait, hold on one
this
second, y'all. I mean, I'm not stopping it.
or if
I'll be
that
in
was
chat.
gathered, throughout the next
Gotta
day
go
or
grab
so,
something.
spending time with her.
Is this description of Ms. Heard having feelings of insecurity and jealousy when not in the presence of Mr. Depp, is that consistent with your recollection when you were treating Ms. Heard?
I wouldn't say all the time that was an issue. I have a vague sense of those issues popping up throughout the years, but I wouldn't say that was a constant theme.
But you do have recollections of that being an issue at some time while you were treating her.
I would say that's a fair statement.
Please go to the entry for August 29th, 2014. Okay, so in this note, I'd like to direct your attention to the section that starts with 2345. And specifically the first sentence, it says, client RN and Debbie RN went to dinner together. You see that?
I do.
And Debbie RN is Debbie Lloyd, is that correct?
That's correct.
I'm going down a couple sentences here. It says, client verbalizes feelings of confusion as she feels fiance would like her to decrease / eliminate acting career and stay home. Do you see that? Do you remember having this specific conversation with Ms. Heard?
I don't remember specifically, but I do have a general recollection. No, I don't recall specifics.
Did you ever have any discussions with Mr. Depp concerning Ms. Heard's acting career?
I have a sort of vague general memory of discussing that before. As to specific details, I don't think I can provide you with specifics, but it sounds familiar.
Did you ever have the impression that Mr. Depp wanted Ms. Heard to stop her or end her acting career?
I don't recall that being a sentiment.
let's, if we could scroll down to the entry for September 2nd, 2014. Now, I'd like to direct your attention to a sentence in the middle of this entry. It says, RN and CT discuss CT's history and current relationship. CT reports difficulty with jealousy, issues, and anxiety around fiance's fame and ability to interact with females often. Did I read that correctly? And that's a note that you wrote, correct? Do you recall Ms. Hurd expressing the sentiment to you?
And like we discussed earlier, I don't recall that specifically. I do have a general sense of jealousy popping up throughout the years, but I don't remember that specific discussion to give you anything deeper than that.
Let's please move on to the entry for September 4th, 2014. Now, I'd like to direct your attention to, this is also in the middle. It says CT ate dinner with RN at 2100 at restaurant.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Okay. CT became frustrated with wait staff over miscommunication. CT calmly repeated herself to staff to resolve issue. CT expressed frustration over conflict to RN. RN reflected change in coping mechanisms as CT's previous coping skills involved impulsive anger and yelling. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Do you recall this incident at all?
I wouldn't have said that I remembered this. In preparation for the deposition, when I was rereading through these notes, I have sort of a vague memory of this, but I think my notes here probably are more specific than what I exactly remember.
Let's actually go to the entry for September 21st, 2014, and yes, okay. Please take a moment and review this, and once you're done, the question is does this note reflect that incident in London that you just referred to?
To answer your question, yes, that is what I'm referring to.
It says down here at the bottom of the notes, client's fiance offered emotional support. Is that accurate to your recollection?
I don't recall. I would have to refer to my nursing note, as it's probably a lot more reliable than my current memory.
I believe you testified earlier, though, that you recall that Mr. Depp was present on this occasion. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now we can move on to the entry for September 22nd. Okay, so this note begins, strike that. This starts with 0100. Is that 1 o'clock in the morning on September 22nd?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And it starts, RN notified that client who requires assistance. Upon arrival, client noted to appear irritable, loud, and angry. Client screaming at times and appears agitated. Client crying and states she got into a verbal argument with fiance after RN departure. Does this refresh your recollection at all about Ms. Hurd having an outburst?
I don't know that it refreshes my memory. I would say it reflects my memory.
This is the same outburst in London that you had been previously referring to?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you recall anything about what the fight between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard was about that's reflected in this note?
I don't really recall. I remember a general sense of Ms. Heard being very upset that her phone was hacked because there was very sensitive information that was leaked from it. And I feel like she was having a difficult time calming after that. So what there was any verbal disagreements, I would assume it's in relation to that, but I just don't remember the specifics of what that disagreement was about.
It says here, the client states she feels fiance did not provide support to client. Did I read that right?
Yes.
Okay. Is that consistent with your recollection?
I didn't recall that, but again, I would state that my notes are much more reliable than my current memory, and I think that probably speaks to your previous question.
Let's please go to the entries which from March 7th, 2015, which are on page with the base number 16952. Now, I think we looked at these entries earlier. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Now, with respect to the entry for March 7th, 2015, it says client notifies RN via text of increasing anxiety, reports emotional lability. Do you recall Ms. Heard reporting why she was feeling anxious at this time?
No, I don't recall the specific reason of why she is notifying me of that at this time.
So it says here that she notified you via text, right?
Right.
Directing your attention to the next note from March 8th, 2015. And I know you discussed this with Adam earlier, so I won't belabor this too much. But do you recall that at the time of this entry on March 8th, 2015, Ms. Heard was in Australia?
I would make that assumption based upon my note for March 8th. I state that client will be returning to Los Angeles, accompanied by House Manager Ben. I'm paraphrasing there, but yes, I believe she was coming from Australia for this particular entry.
It says here RN plans to meet client upon arrival. Do you see that?
Oh, yes, I do.
And I think you testified to this earlier. You did see Ms. Heard the next day when she arrived back in Los Angeles. Is that correct?
That's correct. If you look at the entry for March 9th, I refer to meeting her and her friends. So yes, I would have met her in person that day.
Do you recall how long you spent with Ms. Heard that following day?
I don't recall. My note states that I met her for dinner at 2200, which military time would be 10 p.m. I don't recall how long I was with her. So I would assume a couple hours, but again, I'm just making an assumption.
Do you recall observing any injuries to Miss Heard when you saw her on March 9th, 2015?
No, I don't recall. I don't make note of it, but I don't recall either.
If Miss Heard had visible injuries, is that something that you would have documented in your nursing notes?
I would assume so.
Do you recall Ms. Heard seeking any medical treatment from you when you saw her on March 9th, 2015?
I don't recall.
Yep, recall.
If Ms. Heard had sought medical treatment from you on that date, is that something you would have documented in your notes?
I don't recall.
Perhaps if there were requests for medical treatment that differed from sort of day-to-day status, then yes, I might have put it in my notes if I hadn't discussed with Dr. Kipper, but I don't make any.
Hello, Joe Rohan. Hello,
this
Samantha.
particular note.
Could we please pull up what should be in, I think I would have uploaded as document B. It bears the base numbers Pilati 0134.
Pilati.
14.
I don't recall.
I think we covered this before, but just to confirm, is this your email up at the top that says erinborn@hotmail.com?
Airborne.
I'm sorry, did you respond?
Yes.
Oh, great. Thank you. I'm sorry. I didn't hear that. Okay. I'd like to direct your attention down to this email from David Kipper on March 9th, 2015. That starts out, Erin, love you too much. Do you recognize this email?
I believe I produced this in reference to the subpoena.
Do you recall receiving this email?
I don't recall, but I do remember reviewing this. I don't think I reviewed it in preparation for today, but probably at the time of the document request. I think I probably reviewed
Tequila
this.
for breakfast. Girl, she looks like she likes some tequila for breakfast, honey. I can't get over the small water.
In the middle of the email, do you see where it says?
So I was listening to a legal analysis
I'm sure
earlier.
JD
Well, not
will let her
earlier,
know we are
yesterday.
coming home.
And she was
I want her
stating
to please
the girl to
not
Johnny
see him
Depp's
for a few
left,
days until we can get him organized.
the really pretty
with
girl,
the hand surgeon and get his meds.
the
from
firm
him.
picked her
You see that?
to probably
And
cross-examine
JD refers to Mr. Depp in this instance.
Amber Heard.
Yes.
And
Because they-
the her is Ms. Heard.
Because she doesn't like pretty women. You know, anybody that she can
Did you
consider
have
a
an
threat
understanding
at
the
her
time
level.
Why
And that's
Dr.
the
Kipper didn't
reason.
want Ms.
And
Heard to
apparently
see
this is a
Mr.
big
Depp
thing
for a few
lawyers,
days?
companies do, like
I
firms.
don't recall exactly.
They pick
this
the lawyers for the
might
jury
have been in
and for the
reference
witness. I didn't know that.
to Australia.
If they
when
have it, obviously.
meaning Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard
The
were
manpower.
separated. I would have to check the dates on that.
Turning back to your notes where Ms. Heard was returning from Australia on March 9th, 2015, does that orient you?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, that would be the same time period.
Girl, that suit, honey.
And you alluded to an understanding that Dr. Kipper wanted Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard separated.
Yes.
And what was your understanding as to why they should be separated?
I don't recall specifics.
You don't recall, do
I
you?
wasn't present in Australia at that time. I just remember a general sense of a big argument happening and
You don't recall?
treatment.
You
team
recall
deciding
this?
that they should
What
not be
about this?
around each other. So Ms. Heard returned to Los Angeles, and Mr. Depp stayed in Australia. For how long, I don't recall.
What about this? He pulls out a dead fish.
Next
Huh?
here says,
Recall this?
please use
What
the
about
excuse that
this?
Dr. Kipper insists that JD stay
There's a
quiet
salmon
without
patty
any
on the
distraction
table.
for the rest of the week while we get his medications organized and balanced. None of this will be accepted by her, but I will be very upset. You can tell her this. If there is any stress created by a visit, that's premature. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you have any understanding as to why Dr. Kipper was directing you to provide this excuse to Ms. Heard?
Yeah, and just the general sense that there was a major argument in Australia, which I wasn't present for, and separating because of that.
Did you have any understanding as to why Dr. Kipper stated that none of this will be accepted?
What
by Ms.
about
Heard?
this? Holds up unwrapped Tootsie
I
Roll.
would be speculating on that, but we
Yeah.
use joking terminology.
Based on your experience treating Ms. Heard at this time in March of 2015, would you agree, or did you agree with Dr. Kipper that Ms. Heard would not accept not seeing Mr. Depp for a period of time?
I don't know specifically. As I think we talked about much earlier this morning, there was generally a sense of arguing, reconciling, and that sort of cycle happening frequently throughout their relationship.
If we could please go back to the nursing notes, which are Exhibit 2.
The hell they typing?
And could we please go back to the entries from March 2015 that are on the page with the base number 16?
You've got mail.
Now, we covered this earlier, but it says in your March 9th, 2015 entry, it says client states she would like to discuss recent events between her and husband with RN in private tomorrow. Do you see that?
CT appears in good spirits, laughing, socializing, appetite normal.
Yes, I do.
She'd like to discuss
Directing
recent
your
events
attention
between her and her
to
husband.
the entry for March 10th, 2015. It says RN met client at home at 1600. Does that refresh your recollection that you did meet with her the next day?
No, it doesn't refresh my recollection. However, I would refer to my nursing note.
Do you have any reason to doubt that these notes are accurate?
No.
Do you recall whether Ms. Heard showed any injuries to you on that at that time?
No, I don't recall any injuries.
Okay. Can we go back to Exhibit 2, which is the nursing notes, and specifically the entry for March 25th, 2015. Just go back up to the top of this entry for March 25th, please. And I just want to ask you about one more part of this. It says, states she is concerned about ability to trust fiance following argument on March 23rd, 2015. Do you have any recollection of Ms. Heard expressing concern about her ability to trust Mr. Depp?
I would say I have a generalized memory of their being, as I stated before, jealousy.
Well, she
and
couldn't cook a
anxiety
pizza
issues,
roll. Does that count?
including mistrust within the relationship.
Do you recall Ms. Hurd ever telling you that she thought Mr. Depp was cheating on her?
Jesus.
No, I don't recall that specifically. I just, as I've said, have a general sense of remembering jealousy being an issue.
If we could, okay, I think, do you recall us talking about visiting Ms. Hurd and Mr. Depp for Thanksgiving earlier today?
Yes.
Does anything stand out in your mind as from that Thanksgiving dinner that you can recall?
Nothing really stands out other than it was, I sort of have a general sense of it being a really jovial, fun time together.
Jovial.
Do you recall how long you stayed at the dinner?
Not specifically, I would assume a few hours.
Could we please just quickly go to the note from November? This is in Exhibit 2, and then entry for November 26, 2015, which is on page 16954.
Please stand by.
Client socializes with peers, Ariana appears to be enjoying hosting her family and friends. Client and husband, Johnny Depp. Let us read it, honey. I will throw a scone, bitch.
Ms. Filati, directing your attention to the entry for November 26, 2015. You recall seeing this entry earlier today?
Yes.
And I believe you testified that this is the entry from the Thanksgiving dinner that you spent with Ms. Hurd and Mr. Depp?
I believe it is.
Did you eat a turkey? Do you realize the meat is murder?
In the middle where it says JD appeared calm and coherent.
I do.
Is that accurate to your recollection of that evening?
Again, I don't remember that specifically, but I just remember a general sense of it being a fun, happy evening.
So this is consistent with your recollection of that evening?
I would make that assumption.
And you have no reason to doubt the accuracy of your note, correct? Directing your attention to the December 17th, 2015 entry.
Now it kind of makes sense why
Will you just take a
that
minute and
nurse
read
is
this
so
over
flirty.
and
Because she's doing it
confirm
so
whether-
Amber can see it, and it just pisses her off even more and more. It's been building up for 3 weeks, so when she finally
Strike that.
cross-examines
Do
Amber,
you recall going and
course, she's
visiting Ms.
gonna
Hurd
lose
on
it.
December 17th, 2015?
I remember it in so much as my nursing notes regarding this night. I can't say that I recall much more than I have here, but I do remember visiting her.
It says here that the client had visible bright red blood appearing at center of lower lip. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you, other than the blood on Ms. Hurd's lip, do you recall seeing any other injuries to her on that date?
don't recall other than what I state.
Oh, totally missed B. Unless she decides to take her meth that day. She takes her meth, she's gonna lose it.
I don't think I examined it other than a visual examination. I didn't physically examine her lip.
The note says here, client also stated her head is bruised and that she lost clumps of hair in altercation. RN briefly looked at client's scalp, but was unable to visualize hematomas client had described. Is that what you wrote in your note?
Yes.
If you had observed the bruises or hematomas that Ms. Heard had described, would that have been reflected in your note?
Honey, she needs
I
it.
would assume, but again, I'm
She
not
likes it, honey. It was in her records.
looking for those
Sorry,
type of
Hippo.
injuries, which is why my note continues that I encourage her to be seen by a professional that is trained to do so.
Can we drop down to the next page? And this is just the end portion of this note. It says here, RN reminds client to hydrate with oral fluids and to limit abstain from alcohol. Client was consuming red wine with RN left, but assured RN she would consume in moderation. Is that what you wrote in your note?
It is, and I believe I miswrote there. Probably it should say client was consuming red wine when RN left, not with, just to clarify.
Why would you advise Ms. Heard on this occasion to limit, or why did you advise Ms. Heard to limit or abstain from alcohol on this occasion?
I don't recall why I would be speaking to limit or abstain from alcohol on this occasion.
To confirm, based on your nursing notes, you were aware that Ms. Heard claimed to have been injured by Mr. Depp in December of 2015, right?
Correct.
And you went and actually saw her shortly after that alleged incident, correct?
Not that same day, but possibly the following day, I believe.
And you, on that occasion, you observed that she had a bloody lip, correct?
Correct.
And she told you that that was a result of the altercation with Mr. Depp, right?
Right.
If she had had any other injuries on that occasion.
Okay, we got Amber Heard's
would
signature
you
right
have
here, too.
recorded them in your nursing notes?
Make that assumption based upon my other notes that reference the blood on her lip.
Could we go back to Exhibit 2 in the nursing notes for April 21st, 2016? Which actual page number? Which is on case number 16957. Where it says, RN socialized with JD for 45 minutes. JD appeared coherent, oriented, approachable, thought process logical, and clear.
It's Madison Cawthorn's handwriting.
Do you have any reason to doubt
Literally,
that that's accurate?
handwrites
That's an
like
accurate description of
the
Mr. Depp
Matilda
on that
book,
page?
honey. The same font.
Jessica, I apologize. Can you just use your cursor to help me see the note that you were just reading?
Sorry,
Oh, this is the birthday drama. Client invited RN to the dinner party at 2000 at her home in downtown.
Times 45 minutes.
Girl, we pause it for a second. Client invited RN to dinner party at 2000 at her home in downtown Los Angeles to celebrate her birthday, as client will be attending Coachella Music Festival on the day of her birthday. Now, this is the day that Johnny Depp was overstaying, talking to that finance guy that we witnessed, right? About his money being gone. RN arrived with client's UK assistant Savannah at 2100. CT was socializing with friends upon RN's arrival. CT apologized for tardiness. CT appeared irritable and upset. CT reports being angry with husband Johnny Depp because he is late. RN provided reassurance that Johnny Depp would arrive and encouraged CT to distract by socializing with friends. CT agreed to do so. CT ate 70% dinner and consumed several glasses of $500 bottle of wine. I added that. CT appeared to laugh and smile when talking to friends, but mood turned depressed and affect flat when she was alone or talking with friend Rocky. CT states, I can't believe Johnny Depp isn't here. RN attempted to accept CT with processing feelings, but CT declined, stating he keeps saying Johnny Depp is on his way, but he still hasn't shown up. CT's husband, Johnny Depp, arrives at 22:15. Johnny Depp appears to be in good spirits and greets clients' guests. During dinner, client and JD sit next to each other and appear affectionate towards one another. RN socialized with Johnny Depp, and for 45 minutes, Johnny Depp appears coherent, oriented, sociable, thought process, logical, and clear. Johnny Depp and RM spend time laughing and watching a PSA he and Amber Heard made. A PSA. Like a sex date? I'm sorry. Let's see. RN discusses CT's birthday trip to Coachella with clients, states that she and her friend will leave tomorrow around noon and return Sunday. She states she wants Johnny Depp to drive to Coachella with her for her birthday dinner. Then he will return to Los Angeles upon the statement. Johnny Depp states, yes, she wants me to drive all the way there just to have dinner. That really makes sense. CT and Johnny Depp appear to be in cordial but irate. Client Amber Heard, they changed from CT to AH. Told guests that she was tired, escorted guests to the door to leave around 12:30. Okay, now we live.
Now, Ms. Lottie, we looked at this. You looked at this. Something Ms. Heard reported to you directly.
Again, I don't remember these specifics. However, my usage of client admits refers to the client reporting something to me.
Had Ms. Heard ever admitted to illicit drug use to you before this time?
I believe in reference to my nursing notes from when I first met her, she alluded to previous substance use.
It says here, RN reminded client that illicit drug use will not be tolerated by medical staff and that any medications or drugs that are not prescribed can interfere and cause adverse effects with her prescribed medication. Client laughed and also reported using illicit drugs, mushrooms, and MDMA on May 9th, 2016.
They had to make a PSA together as punishment for smuggling the dogs into Australia. I was going to say, do you think the PSA was like the Hillary Duff Don't Say Gay PSA? Like, Johnny, this time's really gay. And then it was like,
do you recall?
I mean, Johnny's like, don't say that. That's not cool. We don't use that word anymore.
Reminder about illicit drug use?
No, I don't recall that.
In your time caring for Ms.
And then
Heard,
15 years later, people say, no, we use the term gay now.
Did you ever see Ms. Heard?
It'd be funny if one of Amber's team stood up, was like, objection, Your Honor. And then they're like, honey, it's a recording. Hello, Chloe, honey.
Throw anything at Mr. Depp in the time that you cared for her?
No, I did not witness that.
In
The hell?
in the time that you treated her, did you ever see Ms. Heard lose her temper?
As we talked about previously,
It's
the
about
one incident that I can remember is in London, 2014. Yes, 2014. In regards to her phone being hacked and sensitive material being leaked.
Did you ever feel that Ms. Heard was hostile towards you at any time during your treatment of her?
No.
Did you ever feel like she was ignoring attempts by you to
Jesus, that scared me.
Yes, I have a general memory of not often, I should, excuse me, I misspoke, of that happening on more than one occasion where I would reach out and not get a response. I remember feeling frustrated by that.
Wrong answer.
When had you treated domestic
They
violence
shocker.
victims prior to this time?
The time that I worked with them was in nursing school. I don't want to say the specific place for confidentiality reasons, but it was for domestic violence victims. Sort of a safe house.
Ms. Filati, do you remember when you were treating
You mean
Ms.
a brothel?
Heard that at some point she had a cyst on her eyelid?
Yes, that sounds familiar.
Okay. And do you remember that you had a procedure to have that cyst removed?
She had a star.
And was that a surgical procedure to your recollection?
Girl, I was drinking my coffee.
From what I recall, that was
Wrong answer.
Audio Jungle.
an outpatient surgical center.
Audio Jungle.
Other than that, I don't know the details of that specific process.
Do you recall whether Ms. Heard had any marks around her eye after having that procedure?
I don't recall. I remember a topical ointment being applied, but I don't recall if there were marks.
Oh, really? You remember this?
At this point, the questioning switches back to counsel for Ms. Heard.
You remember that?
Do you see
Yeah.
Pilates 93?
Yes.
Okay. And this is another picture of Amber from May 21st, 2016.
What about this?
Correct. This is a picture of Ms. Heard.
And Amber sent you this text on May 21st, 2016.
I believe so, based on the time.
Now look how red her cheeks look.
And
Girl,
the same for this picture on the next page. Amber sent you this picture of her.
that's makeup, honey.
Correct.
I can't.
And the same for this page, the next page. Amber sent you this picture of her on May 21st.
God, she's so thin.
When you saw Amber on December 17th, 2015, and you spoke about that, how long were you with her? Do you recall?
Oh my God, we're 40 minutes away from this being over.
Don't recall. I would assume, based on the fact that I stopped by briefly, maybe an hour or two.
Okay. Did you go inside her house, or were you outside the door?
From what I recall, I was inside
Okay.
the penthouse, yes.
By the way, when you saw Amber on December 17th, was she
Good
wearing
morning,
makeup?
Pricey. Hello.
Do you recall?
I don't recall. Yeah, I don't recall.
All right.
You recall this?
Before we get to the next witness, could I have counsel approach on the plaintiff's 46?
Yeah, I think Amber Heard's testifying today. Look what the lady lawyer is wearing right there. Now she's been in black almost every day. I'm telling you, I'm thinking they're using the real pretty lawyer on purpose to make Amber rage, honey.
All right. So plaintiff's 46 is in evidence. Your next witness? Yes,
Yes,
Mr.
Your Honor.
Vinson?
Plaintiff calls Michael Spindler.
All right, Mr. Spindler.
Girl, what? I thought we were moving on to the other lawyers. Be done. Girl, we're never going to get done with this trial. I'll be dead before it's over. Oh, ain't he sexy? Come right up, honey. What's that? What is that? I'm not playing this. What is the sound? The hell is somebody having dentistry done? They're back there with a lathe, making furniture for with the Amish.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case in the penalty of law?
Oh, some of them people in the audience look like they smell.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Would you state your name for the record?
Jesus.
Michael Spindler.
Where do you live?
I live in the Los Angeles, California area.
Can you tone it down, Mary?
Occupation.
I'm a forensic accountant.
Yeah, talking to the mic. Don't suck it.
Well, a forensic accountant does accounting work that is a bit
my
more
God.
investigative in nature. So it's essentially taking a look at business records and accounting records in connection with some form of business issue.
How long have you worked in that field?
I've been a forensic accountant full-time since 1990.
What'd you do before that?
Before that, I spent about 10 years doing auditing of financial statements.
What is that, Scientology?
Can you describe your educational background?
Yes, I graduated in 1981 from the State University of New York at Albany with a Bachelor of Science degree in accounting and a minor in economics.
Girl, don't
Are you
brag.
currently employed?
I am.
Who's your employer?
B. Riley Advisory Services.
What's B. Riley Advisory Services?
It's a national forensic accounting boutique firm that does forensic
boutique.
accounting, business valuations and appraisals, and bankruptcy and restructuring work.
Fancy.
How long have you been employed at B. Riley?
Since January of 2015.
What did you do for work prior to B. Riley?
Well, it's a long career, so I'll give you the highlights. I spent about 30 years with national accounting firms as partner at 2 different firms, and also was involved with a couple of forensic accounting boutique firms.
Okay. Do you hold any certifications?
I do.
What are they?
I'm a certified public accountant with licenses from 6 states: New York, California, Arizona, Nevada, Utah, and Hawaii. I'm also certified in financial forensics. I'm a certified fraud examiner. I'm accredited in business valuation and a certified anti-money laundering specialist.
Do you participate in any professional organizations?
I do.
What are those?
Well, I've had leadership positions in a couple of them. I'll mention the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners. I was the president of the Los Angeles chapter, and I'm currently on their board. I've been actively involved with the California Society of CPAs. I was the president of the Los Angeles chapter. It had 11,000 members at the time. Was also on Cal CPA Council, which is kind of their board of directors, and also member of the board of trustees of the Cal CPA Education Foundation.
Have you testified as an expert before?
I have.
Approximately how many times?
About 100 times, roughly. About half of that in trials and arbitrations.
What's your typical role in those cases?
Typically, it can take a number of forms, but commonly I will testify with respect to damages.
Have you done any film industry work?
Yes, I have.
What was that?
I've done work involving all the major film studios, and I've also done work on behalf of writers, directors, producers, actors, studio executives.
Your Honor, I'd like to proffer Mr. Spindler as an expert in forensic accounting.
All right, any objection? No objection. All right, so moved. Thank you.
What work did you do in this case?
Well, in this case, I was asked to take a look at issues with respect to lost earnings for Mr. Depp.
What in particular did you do?
I looked at accounting records that were produced by Mr. Depp's accounting firm, Ed White and Company. I looked at trial exhibits. I looked at deposition testimony. I looked at some trial testimony. And I've looked at various other documents and exhibits in connection with the case.
What specific period did you analyze with respect to lost earnings?
I looked at the period following the publication of the op-ed. So I looked at the period from December 18th, 2018.
Oh my God, he
through
doesn't
October
like the Rogue
31st,
One guy.
2020.
What materials did you review?
I looked at the accounting records that have been produced by Mr. Depp's accountants.
Any other materials?
Various deposition transcripts, trial testimony, contracts, etc.
What conclusions did you draw from your review?
I concluded that Mr. Depp suffered lost earnings of approximately $40 million.
How did you reach that conclusion?
Well, there are really two main components to that. The first relates to the loss of the role of Captain Jack Sparrow in the Pirates 6 film. So the loss related to the loss of that role in that franchise picture. It was $22.5 million based on testimony provided by Mr. Jack Wiggum. In addition, we looked at, yes?
Did you do anything else with respect to Pirates 6?
Well, we also calculated the net earnings that Mr. Depp would have received from that.
Okay. And what did you base your analysis of Pirates 6 on?
Based on the testimony of Mr. Jack Wiggum.
Okay. What else did you do with respect to the lost earning analysis that you did?
Well, the other main component to this is taking a look at all the other roles, the non-franchise films. So those films, studio films, independent films, and endorsements that Mr. Depp realizes and enjoys. So in connection with that, we looked at his bookings for the year 2017. And by bookings, I mean instances where Mr. Depp is hired for a project. And he receives that first money related to that project in 2017. So, in other words, you've got a deal, and cash has showed up, so it's real. So we looked at his 2017 bookings, and we calculated for that year, for that period, his bookings were about $17.5 million. The main components of that, Mr. Wiggum testified to. We then looked at the period of time following the op-ed of December 18th, 2018 through October 31st, 2020. So if annual earnings was $17.5 million,
Why does his tie look like a cut of beef?
known as a typical year, a reasonable base year, at that rate, what would we have expected Mr. Depp to have earned from that period of October 18th, 2018 through October 31st, 2020? And we then compared that to his bookings, his actual bookings for that period of time.
Why did you use 2017 as a typical base year?
Well, a couple of reasons. First of all, Mr. Wiggum testified that that was a typical year for Mr. Depp. And it's also the most recent clean year that was experienced. In 2018, you had the publication of the op-ed. That didn't happen in 2017.
Okay. Did you prepare anything to assist the jury with respect to the analysis that you performed?
We did prepare a chart, yes.
Your Honor, may I
Okay.
All right. Yes, sir. Good.
Getting us another chart. Is this going to be like the Q ratings, honey?
Thank you.
think this is plaintiff exhibit 1240. I'm going to, I'm not going to move it into evidence. I'm simply just going to use it, with your permission, and publish it to the jury so that the witness can explain it.
Any objection to demonstrative 1240? All right, demonstrative, well, do you have electronic copy of it? Okay, that's fine.
We do. Okay. Who did this chart?
I, in combination with people working under my direction from my firm.
Jesus, the agent takes
You explain
10%,
to
$2
the
million.
What you've done here.
Jesus.
Sure, I'd be happy to.
I mean, I know the
as
agent
we
normally
discussed
gets 10%,
previously,
but Jesus.
Mr. Depp lost the role in Pirates 6, and the effect of that was lost earnings of $22.5 million based on Mr. Wiggum's testimony.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is just the
And then
front
what's shown
end,
here
though.
is the 10% agent commission. That
So
would
why
have been
did you deduct 10%?
because that's the rate for Mr. Depp's agent. That's what his agent receives out of Mr. Depp's earnings.
But see, this is
He
all
was
the
setting
front
up a
end.
project for Mr. Depp.
This is before
So,
Hollywood's funny
you deduct
money.
that 10%, which comes to $2,250,000, just 10% of $22.5 million. And the net effect of that, the amount that Mr. Depp would have received after deducting that fee, would have been $20,250,000. And that's the first component of this.
All right. What did you do in terms of the analysis?
But see, that's not the
lost
full
bookings
amount,
for
because
non-
most likely someone of Johnny Depp's stature
Okay,
with
so
these
that's the next
films,
section of the chart.
or
And
it's a
as I mentioned
franchise.
before, his 2017 bookings were about $17.5 million.
The back end deals where he's
So
making his
that
real
rate
money.
of earnings
If the
over
movie,
the period from mid-December through the
is
end of October
profitable.
2020, or mid-December
which these
2018
movies
through the end
are,
of
even though they're
October
all
2020,
profitable, you know what I'm
would
saying,
come to
before the
about
funny money.
$32.8, $32.9 million. Then we then compared that to actual bookings during that period of time of mid-December 2018 through the end of October 2020. That amount was $10,586,000. We deducted those bookings, the actual amounts, from what we would have expected to arrive
Hello,
at his
Sherry.
lost bookings for non-franchise activity, and that comes to about $22.3 million. And once again, we've deducted the 10% agent's commission. So the net effect, the lost earnings to Mr. Depp after that agent's fee for non-pirate films comes to about $20 million.
What does the figure at the bottom corner of the chart, the $40,318 and
Both of them added.
$40,318,237, what does that represent?
Well, that's your grand total. That's the sum of those two
So I wonder why
components.
they're not factoring in the
total
Harry Potter movie,
lost earnings.
because that's a franchise.
$40.3 million.
It's just weird that's not being factored in.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Spindler.
Good morning.
So
Oh my God, is that
this
Sylvia
lawsuit
Brown
isn't
in the
first time
back?
You've worked with Johnny Depp, is it?
It is not.
You've worked with him in a lawsuit that he had in the past with his old law firm, correct?
Yes, just a little bit of work, yes.
And so in this second go-round as a paid expert for Mr. Depp, you're making $550 an hour is what he's paying you? Is that right?
Jeez.
That's the amount that my firm bills. I do not receive that.
Now, the subject matter
Jesus
of your
Christ.
opinion testimony in this case is the economic damages that Mr. Depp has allegedly suffered as a result of Ms. Heard's December 8, 2018 op-ed, correct?
Correct, yes.
And this is the first case in which you've testified as an expert relating to economic damages claimed by an actor, correct?
First time I've testified.
2
since I've
years,
done that work
Sherry.
before.
And you understand that this case is
This is Sylvia
about
Brown.
only whether Ms. Heard's December 18th, 2018 op-ed constitutes defamation of Mr. Depp, correct?
That's my understanding.
And you understand that this case isn't about anything else Ms. Heard has ever said or done, correct?
Where's my purse?
Believe that's correct.
And to be clear, you were testifying only as to alleged.
Of course, she's got her mouth open. She's like, "What? I've never seen anything like this
Correct.
before."
So you are not offering any opinion or any testimony.
Look at her mouth is
on whether
cocked
those
open,
specific
honey.
damages that you just discussed were caused by the op-ed, correct?
That's correct.
And you're assuming, for the purposes of your report, that the damages that you're testifying about were caused by Amber's op-ed, correct?
Yes.
So you're therefore not looking into whether
Hello, Wayne.
anything else that's happened with Mr. Depp's life or career could have caused him economic damages, correct?
I believe that's generally correct, yes.
So you're not looking at whether the article published in the UK in June 2018
God.
calling Mr. Depp a wife beater caused him the damages, correct?
Correct.
You're not looking at whether the lawsuit that he brought in the UK against the publisher of that article caused him those damages, right?
Correct.
You're not looking at any of the evidence that came out in that lawsuit about alleged instances of abuse against Amber, correct?
Correct.
You're not looking at whether the consequences of Mr. Depp's drug and alcohol use have caused him the damages you're discussing, correct?
Correct.
You're not looking at whether the worsening performance at the box office of Mr. Depp's movies over time has caused him the damages that you're testifying about, correct?
Correct. And I'm not acknowledging any of this being accurate. I'm just saying that that wasn't part of my calculations.
Sure, I understand. I just want to make clear what you didn't look at, what you're not opining on. And so to round that out, you're not considering even the impact of Amber obtaining a restraining order in May 2016 and whether that may have caused him damages. That's not part of your opinion, correct?
Well, since we were taking a look at lost bookings using 2017 as a base year, any activity that preceded that would have been baked into those calculations that way.
And we'll get to those calculations in a minute because I'm going to put up the chart that you put in your expert report. But first I want to talk about Pirate 6 because that's basically the two components of your damages is Pirate 6 and then this non-franchise lost bookings, right?
Correct.
So for Pirate 6 specifically, you assume that he would have made $22.5 million on Pirate 6, right?
Correct.
And you took Jack Wiggum's word for it in making that assumption, correct?
I based it on his testimony, yes.
Now, you never saw a contract that Mr. Depp had for Pirate 6, correct?
Correct.
Because no contract exists, to your knowledge, correct?
So far as I know, I've not seen one.
And you didn't take into consideration Jack Wiggum's testimony that Disney was non-committal about Mr. Depp being in Pirate 6 even before the op-ed, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't take into consideration the press articles that came out prior to the op-ed that suggested that Disney had made a decision not to cast Mr. Depp in Pirate 6, correct?
Correct.
And you have no idea whether Pirate 6 will ever be made, right?
I wouldn't know that.
And you have no idea if Disney has decided one way or the other whether Mr. Depp would be in it or whether they'd offer him a role in it if it is ever made, correct?
Well, my understanding is that they made a public statement that he would not.
Okay. And you have, if Disney decided that he wouldn't be in it, you have no idea when they decided that, correct?
I know that there was a public announcement subsequent to the publication of the op-ed.
What public announcement are you talking about?
I believe there was an interview of Mr. Bailey that was published several days after.
Oh, okay. Well, that interview of Mr. Bailey didn't say that he wasn't going to be in it. In fact, have you looked at the article that the jury saw the headline for yesterday, dated November 5th, 2020, about Mr. Depp potentially not being in Pirate 6? Have you looked at that article? I assume not.
No.
Okay. And you didn't take into account Mr. Depp's statement that he wouldn't do Pirate 6 for $300 million and a million alpacas, correct?
That sounded like hyperbole to me. I didn't take that very seriously. It sounded like somebody who was a bit hurt or in pain as a result of the loss of the role.
So if Mr. Depp didn't lose a role in Pirate 6 because of the op-ed, but he lost it for other reasons, then your damages opinion relating to Pirate 6 would drop to $0, correct?
I believe that's correct. If it's not lost for that reason, if it's lost for some other independent reason, then I think that would need to be considered.
Okay, thank you. Now let's shift gears and talk about the non-franchise earnings for a moment. You claim this number is about $21 million, right? Roughly.
20.
We'll pull it up. Well, actually, we'll look at the chart here. $20 million, about $20 million after agent fees.
Correct.
Okay. And to reach that number, you looked at what his historical earnings records showed, right?
Correct.
And you got that information from Ed White's office?
Yes.
And you assume that the information you got from Ed White's office
Good
was
morning,
accurate,
Marshall.
right?
I did, yes.
Can we please pull up the chart that's in this expert report? Your Honor, this is, or Mr. Spindler, I'd like you to take a look at this and confirm for the court that this is the chart that's in your expert report, if you would.
Is
It appears
this,
to be, yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask for permission to publish this just as a demonstrative.
where's that the
No
Disney
objection.
movie where she becomes a princess, Anne Hathaway's character?
So, Mr.
Oh,
Spindler,
someone's stomach made a noise.
this chart shows Mr. Depp's earnings by year based on the information that you received from Ed White, correct?
Correct.
From 2009 to 2020.
Yes.
And it shows that from about 2009 to
Girl,
2019,
she was
and I
banking 210
didn't
and
add this up
211,
particularly,
honey.
But from your report, you say that Mr. Depp made about $459
Jesus,
million.
$70 million.
Correct?
Correct.
Now, the two highest earning years in this time period were 2010 and 2011, right?
Yes.
You see that? You made about $70 million in 2010.
Jeez.
I do,
And
yes.
then the third highest year was 2014, right?
Yes.
Shade under 60 million. And you'd agree that from the period 2010 to 2020, his annual income on average was decreasing.
Yes, but you have to take a look at the components of this.
Right.
And
And in
as we-
2000, that I was just wanted to get your agreement that from 2010 to 2020, his annual income was decreasing. Now, in 2020, he earned more than he did in 2016, correct?
On an overall basis, yes.
And in 2020, he earned more than he did in 2018, correct?
Yes, just
After the
based on
op-ed.
earnings.
And in 2018 and 2019, he earned an almost identical amount, correct?
Yes,
And
just based on
2019 and
earnings.
2020 were both after the publication date of the op-ed, correct?
Yes.
Okay, now I want to talk about some of these non-franchise earnings because when I looked at your chart that was displayed to the jury, I didn't see anything specific listed. So can you just confirm for me that you can't name a
What is that
single
lawyer
lost
in the back
business
doing?
opportunity other than Pirate 6 that Mr. Depp lost as a result of the op-ed?
That's correct. That's
And
not the
you can't
nature of this
identify a
calculation.
single television, if you could just answer my questions yes or no as best you can, please. You can't identify a single television project that Mr. Depp allegedly lost out on as a result of the op-ed, correct?
Correct. That's not the
And
nature
you
of this.
can't identify a single advertising campaign or marketing opportunity that Mr. Depp lost out on as a result of the op-ed, correct?
Right. These are the
And
calls
so
that he
it's
did not
fair to
receive.
say that for the lost
Corey, why don't we let him
opportunities that you
speak?
can't name, you're assuming, as with Pirate 6, that those
Rotten
opportunities were lost
breath
because
or
of
whatever
the
is
op-ed, correct?
insane.
Correct.
Now, you mentioned something interesting in your direct and in your report. You say that you used 2017 as the base year to calculate what you claim Mr. Depp's should have earned in 2019 and 20, correct?
Correct.
And let's take a look at this because 2017 he made that much, correct? About 45 million or so?
Yes.
But in 2016 he made just a shade over 20, correct?
Correct.
2018 he made a shade under 20, right?
Yes.
Same with 2019, right?
Correct.
And then 2020, he actually made more than he had in the prior 2 years or in 2016 and made about, what, 22, 23 million or so? Is that right?
Right. But as I indicated, this is
So-
just based on earnings. You need to get behind it.
Right. So you said, there were a couple interesting things you said. You said that the most recent, that 2017, I want to explore why you relied on that. Now, first of all, you said that you relied on Jack Wiggum's testimony that 2017 was a reasonable year to use, correct?
Correct.
Despite the fact that 2017, he made more than twice as much as he's made in any year over the last 5 years, correct?
Yes,
And you
but when
say
you
that
take a
this-
look
you said
at
that the most
their,
recent-
if I can
No.
finish this
you answer
thought.
my question. No. Well, I want to get to your thoughts because you said that one of the reasons you used 2017 was because it was you said, I wrote it down, the most recent clean year, right?
Correct.
And then I think you
Turtleneck
explained, you said because
Tony.
the op-ed
Hello there, Bang.
was written in 2018, right?
Correct.
But the op-ed wasn't written until December 18th, 2018, correct?
Yes.
So the first, if 2017 was clean, then the first 352 days of 2018 were also clean, weren't they, sir?
If I may explain, Mr. Wiggum testified that for the first half of 2018, Mr. Depp chose to take some vacation time. Also, he chose to go touring in the summer with his band.
I think that is a
And then he did a
praise.
film
I was just
towards the
thinking
end
that
of
to the
2018.
bald-headed gentleman.
With the publication of the op-ed in December of 2018,
Good morning, studio.
that would have impacted the prospects for that film that was done in 2018. So he chose to do just the one film in 2018. And then the impact of the op-ed on that film would have meant that it was not a clean period. You could not have looked at that film to get a good sense of what his earnings should have been because he didn't have the chance to earn box office
Morning,
bonuses
Donnie.
or
Okay,
profit
well-
participations.
Well,
So that's why 2017 is a much, much better year to use than 2018.
Well,
And
let's
also when
break
you
that.
take a
Let's
look
break
at the
that down.
bar for-
I think let's break that down a little bit. You said that 2017 was a much cleaner year, but isn't it also true that there were other reasons why 2018 wasn't clean? For example, the April 2018 article by Dan Wooten calling Mr. Depp a wife beater, correct?
That did occur in that year, yes.
The June 2018 lawsuit that Mr. Depp filed in the UK against the Sun for calling him a wife beater, correct?
Yes.
And how about the October articles reporting that Disney had decided to move on from Mr. Depp and not
Gray
cast
is
him in
chewing
Private
that
Six,
pen.
correct?
The
I'm
lawyer
sorry,
that's
what
normally
did I
sent
put
with
that
Johnny.
Well, it
Well,
came before
sometimes.
the op-ed, so it's another reason why 2018 isn't a clean year in your mind, correct? An article
No,
2
those
months
aren't the
before the
reasons
op-ed,
why-
an
those-
article
those-
2 months before the op-ed saying that Disney had decided not to cast Mr. Depp. That would also keep 2018 from
I
being
mean,
what
what's
we
so
call
insane?
correct?
Again, we all know
I've
they
described the
dropped him
reasons
due
why
to
I
the
believe 2018 was
allegations.
not a clean
Girl, going all
Now,
around it.
You're
The
aware, as we talked
ACLU
about, that Amber's op-ed
email
wasn't published till December
proves
18th.
it, honey. The email proves it.
So Mr. Depp could not have lost out on any opportunities as a result of the op-ed prior to December 18th, 2018, correct?
Correct.
And he couldn't have lost out on any opportunities in 2017 as a result of the op-ed. Fair?
Fair.
And he couldn't have lost out on any opportunities in 2016 as a result of the op-ed, correct?
Correct.
And so in calculating your damages, you didn't use 2016, you didn't use 2018, but you chose to use 2017, correct?
Yes, for
And
very
Mr.
good
Depp
reasons.
still made more in 2020 than he did in both 2016 and 2018 before the op-ed was published, correct?
Correct. And that's
Nothing
just
further.
based
Thank
on
You mean
earnings.
the sheriff, honey?
Redirect?
Yeah, thanks, Ron. You explained 2018. Why didn't you use 2016?
Well, first of all, 2017 was a more recent year. 2017 was a year in which Mr. Wiggum indicated that that was a typical year for Mr.
Here's the
Depp. He had a
influencer
studio
again.
film, he had a independent film, he had an endorsement deal.
Girl, why?
2016 is further
Listen.
back in time. As I understand
When
it,
we
his
wear
earnings
the mask,
capacity
we
for that
protect
year would
others.
have
I
been
wear my
just about
mask.
the
But
same
my
or even
God, you were
higher
going
than
into a super
2017,
spreader
because there was an endorsement
den,
deal that,
honey.
Mr. Depp
Look at
passed
that
on
person.
that would have been worth,
Girl, that
a
mask is
lot
not
of
about to
money,
protect
according
you
to
from
Ms.
other
Jacobs.
people.
So 2017 made the most sense.
Why did you ultimately use the method that you did to determine the lost earnings?
Because it just makes sense. It's the correct approach to take. You're taking a look at what Mr. Depp would have been expected to earn in a typical year, and then you're comparing that to the period of time where you're analyzing following the op-ed from December of 2018 through October of 2020. So you're taking a look at what you would have expected him to earn. It's very simple compared to what he actually did earn.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Is this witness subject to recall? All right. Sir, since you're subject to recall, do not discuss your testimony with anybody, but since you are giving expert testimony, you're free to stay into the courtroom, okay, sir?
Okay.
Thank you. You have a good day.
Thank you very much.
All right,
Thank you, everyone.
watch your step there. All right. So,
Plaintiff rests this case.
all right, plaintiff rests. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and take our morning recess. It may be a little longer because I have a few issues to take up with the attorneys, but then we'll proceed after that, okay? So please do not talk about the case and do not do any outside research, okay?
Jesus? Jesus? I wonder what they're going to discuss. She looks a little angry today. Yeah, it's gonna be on Amber's team now coming up.
Why don't
I
we
think
go ahead and take our recess
I think
till
Amber's
11:45,
testifying.
and I'll come back and entertain
Because
the
why
others.
would she dress the way she's dressing? Like she's about to put on a show, honey. All rise, your honey. All right, girls. As always, we're going to take us a little break. I'm going to take a stretch and everything, and then I'll return. I'll return. Maybe I'll make me another coffee. All right, BRB, girls.
But at the same time, granting a motion to strike is appropriate when the plaintiff, as is the case here, has failed to present evidence sufficient to create an issue of fact on his claims. And in addition, the court may
And we're
not
back.
draw inferences from the evidence that defy logic and common sense. That's the Austin versus Shoney's case, 254 Virginia 134. So the issue here, Your Honor, is a couple-fold.
So they have one witness, and then maybe Amber Heard
two
will
of them in one
testify
category
after
and
the
one of
one
them in the
witness
other
they
category.
have lined up.
But I think we're all clear that the sole issue here is whether Amber Heard can be held liable to Mr. Depp for defamation arising from the 2018 op-ed and the 2018 op-ed alone. And to establish that, Mr. Depp has to prove the following elements. He has to prove that the publication of the op-ed and that it was written by Ms. Heard. He has to prove that the statements in the op-ed were both false and defamatory. So falsity, and that they contained a sufficient defamatory sting, and he has to show that the statements were made with the requisite intent. In this case, actual malice on the part of Amber Heard. I'll save that argument for the end, Your Honor, and I'll focus on the first two at this point. And because it seems like plaintiff is proceeding under a theory of defamation by implication, under the Pendleton case, 290 Virginia 162, plaintiff bears the burden of proving that the statements at issue were designed and intended by Ms. Heard to imply a defamatory meaning. Designed and intended to imply a defamatory meaning. So, and to satisfy those first two elements, publication and falsity and defamation or defamatory nature of the statements, Mr. Depp bears the burden of proving that by a preponderance of the evidence. And to satisfy the requisite intent and show that Ms. Heard acted with actual malice, he has a heightened standard of proof that he must prove by clear and convincing evidence that Ms. Heard acted with that malice. So just want to talk about the two statements on domestic abuse in the op-ed. And Your Honor's well aware of the ample Virginia case law talking about how you have to view the op-ed as a whole, you have to view words in context. So these are the statements that read, then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse. And then the other statement that says, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. Now, those statements are entirely opinion, except for, according to Mr. Depp, the discussion of domestic abuse. So the statement, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and the statement in the second sentence that Mr. Depp was a man accused of abuse. The rest of those are inactionable opinion statements. Now, the evidence adduced thus far, Your Honor, shows that Mr. Depp can't sustain a claim on these for two reasons. First of all, the statements are true on their face. I don't think that there's any dispute about that, and that's been the subject of some testimony in this case. 2 years before she wrote the op-ed, Ms. Heard did, in fact, become a public figure representing domestic abuse when she obtained a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, and Mr. Depp was indeed accused of abuse. Those are facts that are true. Now, to the extent that Mr. Depp will argue that he's proceeding on a defamation by implication claim, again, the court should grant the motion to strike because the undisputed evidence is that he did, in fact, abuse Amber. Now, there's a dispute in this case. There's ample evidence that he physically abused Amber, but we acknowledge that there's a dispute in this case on that. But what there isn't a dispute in this case is non-physical abuse. Both Mr. Depp and his expert Shannon Curry have testified that abuse may come in many forms. It may be physical, certainly, but it may also be verbal, may be emotional, may be psychological. You'll recall Mr. Depp even kind of setting the baseline for what abuse was when he talked about the non-physical abuse that he allegedly suffered at the hands of his mother. He said it was worse than the beatings, and the example he gave was that his mom used to call him One Eye as an example because he had a lazy eye, I guess, as a child. That was something that Mr. Depp himself said was abuse, his mom calling him One Eye. So we setting aside the evidence of physical abuse in this case, which is already overwhelming, Mr. Depp's claims relating to these two statements should be stricken because of the ample and undisputed evidence in the record of non-physical abuse by Mr. Depp toward Ms. Heard. There's evidence in the record of recordings, messages, including messages written in blood with his finger, blood and paint, vile names, shouting, menacing and threatening statements, There's the video, the kitchen video in Sweetser. There's the audio of him calling Miss Heard, like I say, numerous vile names. There's the audio of him asking her to cut him, and whether she wanted to be cut. So there's plenty of evidence out of the words or out of the mouth of the plaintiff in this case that constitutes non-physical abuse of Miss Heard. Again, under the standards set forth by his expert and the plaintiff himself. Those are far worse than his mother calling him one eye when he was a child. In addition to that, Your Honor, there's Travis McGivern's testimony from yesterday in which he testified that at a minimum on the night of March 23rd, 2015, both parties were being verbally abusive to each other. Mr. McGivern also testified about Mr. Depp, quote, rearranging her closet, throwing racks of clothing down onto the floor and throwing at least one rack down the stairs. Now, in California, property damage alone can be a basis for getting a temporary restraining order under California law. So further evidence of non-physical abuse or non-physical toward Miss Heard. You saw the cupboards in the Sweetser kitchen video. And then Dr. Laurel Anderson, Your Honor, testified that she believed that the parties engaged in mutual abuse and that at least some of the time that was initiated by Mr. Depp. This is all evidence. We haven't gotten to put on our case yet. And to the extent that this case proceeds, and that will start now. But this is all evidence that has come in while plaintiff controls the playing field of what evidence has come in, and he can't overcome that. In this case, Your Honor, if Mr. Depp abused Miss Heard physically, verbally, emotionally, or psychologically even one time, then she wins on those claims. Then she wins. It's that simple. And the evidence is overwhelming and undisputed in the ways that I've just described that he did. So for that reason, Your Honor, those claims should be stricken. And I'll just cite the Union of Needle Trades versus Jones case. This is 268 Virginia 512 that states, if the plaintiff does not establish the falsity of the statement by a preponderance of the evidence in his case in chief, he has not met his threshold burden, and the trial court should strike the evidence and grant summary judgment to the defendant. That's exactly what should happen here. Now I'll move on to the second issue, which is the headline containing the phrase sexual violence. That should be stricken for a couple reasons. First, Your Honor, the evidence has established that Ms. Heard didn't write the headline. Mr. Doherty from the ACLU, that's the only evidence that's come in this case thus far. Plaintiffs control the evidence.
Well, I understand, but there's also a stipulation that Ms. Heard would not be called in the plaintiff's case because they would then use her testimony for part of their case. In your case, right?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Yeah, I agree, and that goes to a different issue that I'm not arguing. I'm not arguing that the court should strike because they haven't put Ms. Heard on to testify about the headline.
But I assume part of that would be that they would, I guess they intend to get from Ms. Heard is that she either wrote it or republished it.
Yeah, what happened the next day is Ms. Heard posted it on her Instagram account and said, look what I published yesterday in the Washington Post. So she adopted the title, and her name was on the article which contained the title.
And Mr. Ronborn, the only reason I'm sorry to interrupt you, only because I know that was a stipulation, so it's hard for me to say that that's all the evidence for motion to strike if there's a stipulation that they're still going to get more evidence in on that particular issue.
I think, and I'm happy to hand the court the transcript of the April 8th hearing, because one of the things that we're not arguing today is that because they haven't put in evidence of the, I think it was a tweet, but Mr. Chu says it was Instagram, I don't know, whatever it was, that because there was...
It was a tweet adopting the op-ed she published the day before in the Washington Post.
Okay.
All right, so what I'm not arguing today is that because they haven't gotten that tweet into evidence or had Ms. Heard say that she tweeted that we're entitled to summary judgment at this point. I'm not arguing that, but that's all that we discussed on April 8th, and I'm happy to hand the transcript up, Your Honor. And we actually never, it wasn't a stipulation, it was simply an agreement that they didn't need to call her in their case in chief to make that point. And then Ms. Bredehoft said, we'd have to agree on the language of any stipulation. They haven't proposed anything to us and haven't gotten back to us. So I think that that's only relevant. We're not basing our request for motion to strike here on Ms. Heard not having testified to sending that tweet.
But you're saying for the motion to strike, the only evidence before the court is that the Washington Post wrote that title.
Correct, and that's very different from what happened the next day. The stipulation didn't go toward who wrote the title. That was never part of anything, and it's undisputed, and Ms. Heard will testify that she didn't write the title.
Well, I understand that, but I think
it's not undisputed, Your Honor. I apologize for interrupting.
Okay. But I think the issue is that whether it was republication.
Well, and I'll get to that next.
But I know, but the problem is, how do I do a motion to strike when that evidence isn't before me yet?
Well, the republication isn't. So the evidence that's before you is that the Washington Post wrote the headline, or that Ms. Heard didn't, and that's the only evidence, and that's not going to change. The tweet, which was the only subject of the discussion at the pretrial conference, where there was no stipulation, it was just an agreement that we're not going to base a motion to strike on them.
I am so confused, honey.
That was what it was. I'm happy to hand the transcript up if Your Honor would like to see that. But that isn't actionable because under the Lakova versus Halper case, 995 F3rd 134, retweeting a link doesn't constitute republication. Now, that case dealt with
it does if you add something to it, but I just don't know the evidence.
Your Honor, very quickly, it's a judicial admission. They admitted in Ms. Heard's answer, she admitted to the tweet. So that establishes that she adopted.
I think they don't want her questioning that, maybe.
Judicial admissions. One was the op-ed itself. The second, and this is reflected.
Your Honor, if I could finish my argument, I mean, I would appreciate.
I can't wait to oppose this.
That's fine. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So,
sir.
and again, we can look at the transcript.
You understand my concern.
I do understand your concern, and I guess what I'm saying is that there's two levels.
Yeah, because they don't want them talking about the story with her, right, Leo?
So then you look at is the tweet actionable, and the argument here is that as a matter of law, retweeting something isn't actionable. And so, as under the Lakova case, 995 F3rd 134, in that case dealt with hyperlinks and how those aren't actionable. But to be very clear, nothing that was discussed on April 8th, nothing that was
I think
discussed
she'll
at that pre-trial
testify. She just doesn't
was
want to
in any way
discuss
relating to any
anything about the
who
tweet
wrote the headline.
or the
It was
headline,
simply that they
right?
need not call Ms. Heard in their case in chief to get her to say that she's.
I think they're fine with her
and that tweet's not in
testifying.
evidence yet, but I assume that they'll try to put it in evidence at some point. But that's the tweet doesn't need to be in evidence.
Or maybe Lou's right and they don't want her to testify at all.
So, even assuming.
She would be stupid not to
Assuming that
testify.
the headline implied certain conduct by Mr. Depp.
That would just seal the
Mr.
deal.
Depp can't meet his burden of proof on this. Third, Your Honor, he can't prove that Ms. Heard acted with actual malice. Mr. Depp hasn't introduced evidence sufficient to permit him to meet this. Now,
Yeah, they
again,
want to
this is a
catch her in a
heightened
lie
burden
about the
of
tweet
proof.
because the
He
tweet's
has to
going to
actual
show
malice
that it
by
was
clear
her
and
story
convincing
about Johnny
evidence.
Depp.
And as the Bose Corporation case from the U.S. Supreme Court, it talks about the role of judges as gatekeepers of the Constitution, of the First Amendment, and the role of barring entry of a judgment that's not supported by clear and convincing proof. Now, that case was about appellate review of First Amendment issues, but the same holds true for Your Honor here. Here, Mr. Depp hasn't introduced any evidence, and there can't be a reasonable inference drawn that would permit a jury to find that he's proven by clear and convincing evidence that Ms. Heard wrote the words with actual malice. And again, we go back to the testimony of Mr. Doherty, which was their witness. They put him in, and Mr. Doherty, the only evidence relating to intent or anything relating to this op-ed, which was, again, maybe Mr. Chu will try to say that we stipulated to Ms. Heard's intent on April 8th, which of course we didn't. But the only evidence that has been presented in this case, Your Honor, by Mr. Doherty was that the op-ed wasn't Ms. Heard's idea, that the ACLU asked her to write the op-ed, and indeed that they even wrote the first draft, and then that Ms. Heard vetted the finished article with her lawyers and with lawyers from the ACLU to make sure that it wasn't problematic. That is the only evidence in the record. And on that evidence, there cannot be a conclusion that Ms. Heard acted with the actual malice that's necessary, particularly when you consider the heightened burden of proof. So reviewing the op-ed as a whole, with the court acting in its appropriate function as a gatekeeper of the First Amendment, we ask that the court strike plaintiff's evidence and award summary judgment to Ms. Heard, either in whole or in part. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court, Ben Chu for Plaintiff Johnny Depp. It's just still morning. Your Honor, if I may approach.
All right.
I mean, why are we? approaching to give this. Because, see, right now, the jurors are not seeing this. Obviously, this would taint the juror. This type of behavior.
I've just handed to Mr. Rottenborn and Your Honor an opposition that we prepared before we had the benefit of seeing Ms. Heard's affirmative motion to strike, but I think we've anticipated the arguments made, such as they are. The court should deny defendant Amber Heard's motion to strike because Mr. Depp has come forward in his case in chief with multiple credible witnesses, documents, and authentic tape recordings of Ms. Heard herself, not only satisfying all of the requisite elements of his claim for defamation, including actual malice, but also going the extra mile of showing that Ms. Heard physically abused him. She's the abuser in this courtroom.
Oh.
Your Honor, going back to the standard,
I mean,
as Your Honor is well aware,
the jury's not in there right now. So what was that, Henny? A little personally.
In the light most favorable to the plaintiff. Any reasonable
That was
doubt
weird.
As to whether the plaintiff has produced sufficient evidence of the wrong alleged must be resolved in the plaintiff's favor.
Is he crying?
Motion to strike denied, unquote. And that's the Boeing case I believe Mr. Rottenborn referred to, 243 Virginia 81 at 81, 1992. Quote, the weight and credibility of the testimony of witnesses are solely matters for the jury. The jury may accept that part of the testimony it believes and reject that
I don't think so, Lou 1. If anything, the ACLU thing proves Johnny Depp's case even harder because there was work back and forth trying to get it to word it as close as they could to hurt Johnny without breaking her NDA or whatever type of agreement she had with Johnny.
Mr. Depp incorporates by reference.
I mean, that alone I think is going to cause Johnny to win the case because it showed the article was always about Johnny and they were skirting around the agreement so she wouldn't get sued.
The 3 defamatory statements at issue. And that letter opinion is attached as Exhibit 1 to Mr. Depp's opposition. That's where the court fulfilled its proper gatekeeping role that Mr. Rottenborn referred to. As a threshold matter, the elements of a defamation
So they anticipated what he was going to do, and they have all this printed.
Of an actionable statement with the requisite intent, citing the Shaker versus Bonfault case, 290 Virginia 81 at 91.
Lou 2 says,
As
read
to damages,
her.
they are presumed here because Ms. Heard's false allegations of domestic abuse, sexual assault, and rape constitute defamation per se, citing the Tronfield case.
Yeah, especially the rape part.
Virginia 709-713, a 2006 case. As the court noted at page 3 of its opinion letter, typically an editorial or op-ed column is ordinarily not actionable because it appears in a place devoted to or in a manner usually thought of as representing personal viewpoints. However, Virginia recognizes that, quote, a defamatory charge may be made by inference, implication, or insinuation, citing the Carwell case. And a statement expressing a defamatory meaning may not be apparent on its face, citing Pendleton, with which the court is quite familiar.
We covered it on this channel, honey. It was one of my first videos with that gentleman that kept talking with a squeaky chair,
that the
Lou
defamatory
1.
charge be in direct terms, but may be made indirectly, and it matters not how artful or disguised.
The emails are going back and forth. They wanted to make sure they put it out during the peak time that she was doing Aquaman. They were trying to figure out how they could word things so it would go, because it was about Johnny Depp, but they couldn't say Johnny Depp's name because of her agreement.
Under a theory of defamation by implication. Mr. Depp established in his case in chief that Ms. Heard, in fact, made all 3 of the defamatory statements at issue. As the court admitted into evidence as Plaintiff's Exhibit 1, the op-ed Ms. Heard published in her own name in the Washington Post on December 18th, 2018. And let's take the 3 statements and the proof that has been adduced. Statement number 1, Amber Heard, quote, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. Per page 6 of the opinion letter, the first statement could reasonably convey the alleged defamatory meaning, i.e.
The money
Mr.
Johnny Depp was paying the
abused Ms. Heard
ACLU, they were
to its
giving a
readers
kickback
without
to
extending
her
the words beyond
for
their
speaking
ordinary and
fees.
common acceptation. See Pendleton 290, Virginia at 172, also citing the Carwell case. Resolving every fair inference in Mr. Depp's favor, this statement could reasonably imply that the sexual violence Ms. Heard spoke up against was in fact perpetrated by Mr. Depp. Mr. Depp produced several credible witnesses and documents proving that Ms. Heard was implying that he committed sexual violence against her. Mr. Depp himself testified to that, as did his sister, Christy Dombrowski. Mr. Depp's former agent, Christian Carino, testified that, as did his current agent, Jack Wiggum. But perhaps most convincing of all, and most disgusting of all, was the testimony of the ACLU's Terrence Doherty, a lawyer nonetheless.
This is what I was talking
Mr.
about.
Doherty testified, among other things, that when the op-ed, when they were pitching the op-ed to the Washington Post, they stated, "Hey, Michael, wondering if we might interest you in a piece by Amber Heard, who, as you may recall, was beaten up during her brief marriage to Johnny Depp, on what the incoming Congress can do to help protect women in similar situations." Mr. Doherty also testified.
They're getting rid of Roe
that,
versus Wade, so
everybody
not much.
understood, as Ms. Heard and the ACLU clearly intended, that this statement and the other two statements referred directly to Mr. Depp. Quote, "This is an article that was in USA Today and specifically ties Amber's statement in her op-ed piece to Johnny Depp." And when Jessica Weitz, who actually wrote the op-ed that Ms. Heard later adopted, she says, quote, to Mr. Doherty, "So much for not mentioning JD," when the USA Today made clear that they, like everybody else who read the op-ed, understood that, as Ms. Heard clearly intended, it referred to Mr. Depp, which makes her Instagram post 2 days before the trial began, that she didn't mention Mr. Depp, all the more outrageous. Your Honor, there is Ms. Schulman, also of the ACLU, acknowledged that Ms. Heard's op-ed referred to Mr. Depp. So it's very clear that the ACLU and Ms. Heard intended, that was the whole purpose of this, so that they could get interest in this and it would coincide with the premiere of Aquaman, because otherwise no one would have been interested in anything written by Ms. Heard. Mr. Doherty also testified that Ms. Heard only paid 1.3, actually she didn't even pay all that, out of the $3.5 million that she had pledged to the ACLU, and then they helped her lie about it. And it's one thing, Your Honor, for her to stiff the ACLU, which frankly played a reprehensible role in this case. It's quite another for her to fail to honor her obligation to the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles with sick and dying children, and that she failed to do as well. And as Your Honor has mentioned, the fact that
in
she
her
put
case,
name
the
on that
Children's
article,
Hospital wasn't giving her any
means that she
speaking
is
fees,
responsible
honey.
for all of those
Wasn't no good
statements,
kickback.
which she specifically adopted later. And I'll go through the other two statements quickly, Your Honor.
Well, can we stay on this one for one moment, though?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because do you agree that the only evidence before that we've heard in this trial, as far as the title of the op-ed, is that even Mr. Doherty, I believe, testified to it, that it was something that Washington Post wrote?
Well,
for the one online.
He's not our witness, Your Honor. That's a witness from the ACLU.
Well, I understand, but it's the only evidence I have.
I respectfully disagree, Your Honor.
All right.
What the only real evidence Your Honor has is Plaintiff's Exhibit 1, which is Amber Heard putting her name on the entire article, including the title. That is the only evidence before you. The ACLU was a co-conspirator with Ms. Heard, and whether they say, oh, maybe the Washington Post wrote it, that's not the end of the story. All she has done is create an issue of fact as to whether she wrote the title or not.
So you're saying just having that exhibit in evidence is enough?
Absolutely, Your Honor. Her name is on the article. Okay. What does an average reader expect? So that alone is sufficient to beat a motion to strike. If they want to come back later and say, gee, she didn't write the title, as if that were a defense. I hope they make that argument. I hope they make that argument to the jury, because it's about as credible as her argument that, oh, I wasn't referring to Johnny Depp. She didn't have to. And the testimony of Terrence Doherty was very clear that when they took out the
she's gonna get so
Johnny
pissed.
Depp, no one was interested
Girl,
in this
she's
article
getting it.
anymore. So she
He
said,
is
put it
getting-
back in. Put it back in.
Oh.
Make it more spicy so people would read. Otherwise, she couldn't get it in the Washington Post. It would be back in Teenage Vogue, which is the other publication that was considering publishing it, because no one was interested in what she had to say unless she was defaming Mr. Depp. But if I could go to the second statement, and I'll try to be quick, Your Honor. 2 years ago, I became a public figure.
This sister
representing
don't
domestic
play,
abuse,
honey.
and I felt the full force.
Girl,
of
do
our
we have a
culture's
wig for
wrath
her?
for women who speak out. As for the second statement, defendant called herself a public figure representing domestic abuse, which can be read to imply that she became a representative of domestic abuse because she was abused by Mr. Depp, not just because she spoke out against alleged abuse. This inference can be drawn without extending the language beyond its ordinary common acceptation, citing Carwile, 196, Virginia at 8. Your Honor, quote, to constitute a publication, it is not necessary that the contents of the writing should be made known to the public generally. It is enough, it is said, if they are made known to a single person, unquote, citing Snyder versus Fatherly, 158, Virginia, 335 at 350. Everybody and his grandmother testified that Ms. Heard was referring to her bogus ex-parte TRO that she obtained on May 27, 2016. And it was interesting that Mr. Depp's own lawyer said that she wasn't even provided notice. So Ms. Heard made very sure that Mr. Depp wouldn't have notice of the ex-parte TRO. And Ms. Heard herself, the evidence shows, knew that Mr. Depp, having just suffered the loss of his mother, was already on the other side of the country, was already in New York at the time of this TRO.
Girl, she is reading, honey.
So she knew.
But I think this is intentional to get Amber Heard riled up. So if she does take this stand, she just goes off, honey.
Settlement that she said she gave to the ACLU, she swore she gave to the ACLU and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, and she pocketed instead. Mr. Depp, Ms. Dombrowski, Mr. Carino, Mr. Wiggum, and the inimitable Mr. Doherty of the ACLU, which lent its once respected name to Ms. Heard's defamation. So while Ms. Heard may have avoided any direct mention of Mr. Depp's name, there is extensive testimony and evidence in the record showing that the implication of her op-ed could not be more clear, i.e., that Mr. Depp abused Ms. Heard during the course of their marriage. Under Virginia law, quote, it is not necessary that the defamatory charge be in direct terms, but it may be made indirectly. And it matters not how artful or disguised the modes in which the meaning is concealed if it is in fact defamatory. Citing Carwile. Well, we can argue as to how artful it was, but the implication was very clear, as the court has previously ruled, or not law of the case.
Or she's dressing him down in her head.
Persuasively written in its opinion letter. Let's move to the falsity of Ms. Heard's ever-evolving and ever-escalating change of IPV and sexual assault. Mr. Depp's sworn denial is all he needs to survive a motion to strike, but there's a lot more than that, Your Honor, and I'll try to be brief. 3 police officers, actually 4, but the 3 who testified already, Officers Sines, Haddon, and Gatlin, testified unequivocally that Ms. Heard did not have a mark on her on the evening of May 21, 2016. And I could go through, I'll just go through very quickly. Officer Haddon, strike that, Officer Melissa Sines on jury trial day 10. Question, did you provide a copy of this pamphlet to Amber Heard? Answer, I did not. I didn't identify her as a victim of domestic abuse. The next day, Officer Melissa Sines. Okay, at this time, did you notice any injuries on Ms. Heard?
It takes a swig of
Officer
urine.
Sines, I did not. Question, okay, were you looking to see if she had any injuries on her at the time? Officer Science, yes, I was. Question, and so you were looking to see if Ms. Heard had any injuries and you determined that she did not. Is that accurate? Officer Science, correct. Question, okay, and was the lighting good enough in the hallway for you to make that determination? Answer, yes, the hallway was well lit. Officer Gatlin's testimony was the same, and he had the body cam. Officer Haddon's testimony was the same. The testimony of nurses Debbie Lloyd and Aaron Barem, who, like the police officers, did not work for Mr. Depp. In fact, they worked for Dr. Kipper, also belie Ms. Heard's false allegations of abuse. Isaac Baruch and Alejandro Romero both testified that they saw Ms. Heard repeatedly and in the clear light between May 21, 2021, which was the last time Mr. Depp saw her before leaving on the Hollywood Vampires tour. The next time he was to see her was when Ms. Heard begged him to come see her in San Francisco, which is hardly the act of a domestic abuse victim. So we have Isaac Baruch and Mr. Romero saying that they saw Ms. Heard repeatedly.
Girl,
in
she's
the interval
getting
of
red,
May
honey.
21 and May 27th, when she obtained the farce ex parte TRO, and they saw no marks on her face and no swelling. Two witnesses, Mr. Baruch and Brandon Patterson, saw the video of Ms. Heard and her sister Whitney pantomiming the fake punch after this alleged incident of abuse. Ms. Heard's former personal assistant, Kate James, and several other witnesses,
the one she
including
didn't want to
Dr.
pay.
David Kipper, saw no violence by Mr. Depp and no injuries to Ms. Heard. Indeed, witness after witness has come forward to testify that Ms. Heard, far from being a domestic figure representing domestic violence, unquote, is in fact a recidivist perpetrator of domestic violence on Mr. Depp and others. We have the testimony, the harrowing testimony of Mr. Depp himself, who described several witnesses. One, as Your Honor will recall, when he was hiding in the bathroom after escaping one of her attacks, and she claims to have hurt her foot kicking the door. Mr. Depp opens the door to see if she's hurt, and then she kicks the door in on him and punches him. We have the incident of December 15, 2015, when Ms. Heard threw punches at him wildly at the back and side of his head. Mr. Depp testified that he ducked and covered to protect his face. Eventually, he turned around to grab her and stop her arms from flailing. December 15 in the Bahamas. During an argument, Ms. Heard grabbed a can of mineral spirits and threw it at Mr. Depp's face, striking him in the forehead, bridge, and nose area, and the jury saw a photograph of the bridge on the bruise of his nose. We have testimony from Mr. And by the way, Tara Roberts, who is the manager of the island, confirmed that the incident with the mineral spirits. You have Mr. Depp's testimony of what happened on April 22nd, 2016. And we've heard testimony today from Aaron Borum-Falati that Mr. Depp was very responsive, was very sociable, was not in any way inebriated that day when Ms. Heard says he was, and she attacked him that night as well. And
party in the front, party in the back. Oh, girl, that sounds like COVID.
We have Ms. Heard's own admissions. We have her admitting to hitting Mr. Depp, and her only contention was that she wasn't punching him, she was just hitting him. We have testimony from Travis McGivern that on February 23rd, 2015, Ms. Heard threw and hit Mr. Depp with a can of Red Bull, and then
Girl, I need OBS to have
punched
live
him with
tracking,
a
girl.
closed fist. Finally, we have the rather stunning testimony of Ben King, quite a credible witness who accompanied Ms. Heard on the flight back from Australia, where Ms. Heard admits to him in a rhetorical question, quote, "Did you ever totally lose it on someone you love?" Which was, we would respectfully submit, an admission of her severing the top or the tip of Mr. Depp's finger.
Jesus.
Finally, Your
His
Honor,
figure.
statement number 3.
All right, girls, I've got to run to the
quote,
restroom.
I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. Again, quoting very briefly from page 7 of the court's opinion letter, quote, drawing every fair inference in plaintiff's favor, the court can fairly conclude that defendant's statement that she saw how institutions protect men accused of abuse could reasonably convey to its recipients that she saw how Mr. Depp was protected by institutions, that he abused her and spoke up against it. Your Honor, again, we have multiple testimony from multiple people, including Jack Wiggum and all the others mentioned, that this was a reference to that. Your Honor, again, the lies that have already been exposed that Ms. Heard has told about the charitable contributions, the incidents in this case, and again, I'll just cite a couple of more, the testimony of Isaac Baruch. When Mr. Baruch saw Ms. Heard on June 3, after she'd gone through with the sham ex-party TRO, and Mr. Baruch was asked, did she say anything in response? And Mr. Baruch testified, yeah. In response to that, she, meaning Ms. Heard, looks at me and said, I told Johnny I don't want anything. The lawyers are making me do all of this. And that's what she said. Well, the lawyers are making her do all of that. And apparently she wanted the $7 million for herself. She even lied about the final insult left on the marital bed after her 30th birthday party. And it was quite telling that she admitted to Starling Jenkins, a former United States Marine, that this was a terrible prank gone awry. Well, she lied about that too. In fact, she said Mr. Depp was crazy to even allege that she could have done such a thing. Well, she admitted it to Mr. Jenkins. Per Tronfield, as cited earlier, Mr. Depp does not have to prove damages because this is defamation per se. In fact, these involve some of the most heinous crimes any man or woman can be accused of. However, he has done so. Jack Wiggum tested yesterday that the impact of the op-ed was catastrophic on Mr. Depp's personal and professional life, that it was a $22.5 million loss on Pirate 6 and another $20 million on others. We've had the testimony, so we had Mr. Wiggum testifying as to the 22.5 lost on Pirate 6 and another 20 lost on the other films, the other studio films, the indie films, and the other ways Mr. Depp would have made income. We have Richard Martz's testimony, Douglas Banya's testimony, and the testimony of Michael Spindler just this morning. Finally, Your Honor, none of Ms. Heard's affirmative defenses, which would include, her trying to create an issue of fact on the title, can support a motion to strike, as to which she bears the burden of proof of her affirmative defenses. Quote, whether the defendants have met their burden cannot be resolved when considering a motion to strike. See 243 Virginia at 83. And just to respond to Mr. Rottenborn's citation to the Lacova case, which we hadn't seen until he mentioned it today, I would only note, Your Honor, that defendant admits that she tweeted a link to the online version of the op-ed at paragraph 97 of her answer, though again, the admission of Exhibit 1 is more than enough to survive the motion to strike. And the Lakova case at 995 F. 3rd 134 holds that republishing a hyperlink doesn't necessarily start the statute of limitations, not that a hyperlink cannot be defamatory. So with that, Your Honor, we respectfully request that the court deny the motion to strike in full, and let's hear from Ms. Hurd. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Your motion?
Thank you, Your Honor. I can only assume that Mr. Chu wrote that speech for an audience outside the court because it didn't really address my arguments. I'm going to focus on what our specific arguments are for the motion to strike, Your Honor. Mr. Chu spent almost 30 minutes of the court's time talking about the disputed evidence of physical abuse in this case, which Ms. Hurd hasn't even put on her case, and I can tell you she's not the abuser, and if the case moves forward, she and her witnesses will put on even more evidence of the physical abuse she suffered at the hands of Mr. Depp. But that's not the basis for our motion right now, Your Honor. He talks about how Mr. Depp had a sworn denial, and that should count. We read his testimony. He claims he didn't strike her. But again, that's not the basis for our motion. The basis for our motion is the clear and undisputed evidence of non-physical abuse. By his definitions, by his standards, by the standards of his expert, there is no dispute that Mr. Depp abused Amber. And therefore, if he did it even one time, there is no dispute that even under their theory of the case, the implication that they want the jury to draw from the article, which again, I'm not arguing for the purposes of today, because under the legal standard, I'm not going to argue that. I'm not going to waste the court's time with that. But even under their standard, the undisputed evidence is that Mr. Depp did commit abuse against Ms. Hurd, and therefore that those first two statements were false. That's our argument on that. As to the headline, it's funny, Mr. Chu, we played 2 or 3 hours of an ACLU deposition. Now he says, well, that wasn't our witness. It was his witness, Your Honor. He just spent 10 minutes talking about what Mr. Doherty said, and Mr. Doherty testified that the Washington Post wrote the headline. That is the only evidence, Your Honor. I understand he says, well, Exhibit 1 has her name on it. Exhibit 1 has her name on it. But the only evidence in this case about who wrote that headline is Mr. Doherty's testimony. It is undisputed. They could have put anyone else on. They could have called Ms. Hurd for that because that was not part of the stipulation at the pretrial conference. It was only the tweet that we talked about, Your Honor, and they chose not to do that. Now, Ms. Hurd will testify she didn't write that headline, so it wouldn't have helped them. But they've had 3 weeks to put on their case, Your Honor. They've controlled the playing field of evidence. There is no dispute that Ms. Hurd did not write that headline.
Go read it, Tasha.
No dispute.
Tasha
Simply
is
saying,
not
well, her name is
playing,
attached to
honey.
it. That can't overcome the testimony.
Tasha said, honey, I've
The
sat
ACLU,
back.
they call
It's
it one of the
time,
co-conspirators.
honey.
Of course, Mr. Depp chose not to sue them. But the testimony of Terrence Doherty that she didn't write that headline, that takes care of the sexual violence headline, Your Honor. And I'm not going to take up any more of the court's time addressing portions of Mr. Depp or Mr. Chu's argument that
Yeah,
don't
'cause
go
you
to
can't,
our
sister.
motion, unless Your Honor has any specific questions. But I
No,
want to
thank
be
you.
respectful.
All right,
Thank you.
sir. All right. For this motion, I've taken the arguments of counsel, and last night I reviewed all of the evidence that has been submitted in this matter. So as to the second and third alleged defamatory statements, at the motion to strike at this juncture, I view the evidence in the light most favorable to the plaintiff and reasonable inferences from the evidence to the plaintiff. And if there is a scintilla of evidence that a reasonable juror could weigh, then the matter survives a motion to strike. In this matter, there is evidence in the case that a jury could weigh that the statements were made by the defendant, that the statements were about the plaintiff, that the statement was published, that the statement is false, and the defendant made the statement knowing it to be false, or the defendant made it so recklessly as to amount to a willful disregard for the truth. The weight of that evidence is up to the fact finder. So the motion to strike is denied as to statement 2 and 3.
Oh,
The
boom,
motion to strike
honey.
as to statement 1, I'm going to take under advisement because if it's not a stipulation, I'm not sure what it is, but there seems to be an agreement that the tweet of Ms. Hurd is part of the plaintiff's evidence, which is not in evidence at this point. So I can't rule on that statement whether or not it is just a tweet or if it's some sort of republication or something. I don't know because I haven't seen it yet. So as to the motion to strike on statement 1, I'm going to take an advisement because ruling on it now, it would be premature because I just don't have that evidence in the case, okay?
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
All right. Since it's 12:30, you want to just take lunch? Go ahead and let the jurors go to lunch and come back at 1:30. Does that sound okay? Yes. Okay. All right, do you want to do it now? Okay, sure. All right.
The devil is dancing tonight. 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 The devil is
Maddie,
dancing
you missed
tonight.
it, honey. Maddie, girl, you missed it. Maddie, girl, she was reading Amber, honey. Pointing her little finger. She was going off, honey. She was going off, honey. Girl, you missed this. Hold on, we'll play. I'll go back a little bit so you can see some of it. I want to see where she points that finger. No, the Johnny Depp's girl, honey. Johnny Depp's sister got up here and went crazy, honey.
Plaintiff has produced sufficient evidence of the wrong alleged must be resolved in the plaintiff's favor and the motion to strike denied. I've just handed to Mr. Rottenborn and Your Honor an opposition that we prepared before we had the benefit of seeing Ms. Heard's affirmative motion to strike, but I think we've anticipated the arguments made, such as they are. The court should deny defendant Amber
Starbucks
Heard's
sounds
motion
good,
to
Tommy.
strike because Mr. Depp has come forward in his case in chief with multiple credible witnesses, documents, and authentic tape recordings of Ms. Heard herself, not only satisfying all of the requisite elements of his claim for defamation, including actual malice, but also going the extra mile of showing that Ms. Heard physically abused him. She's the abuser of showing that Ms. Heard physically abused him. She's the abuser in this courtroom.
Jesus?
Physically abused him. She's the abuser.
Girl, she was getting in it, honey.
Your Honor, going back to this, she's the abuser of showing that Ms. Heard physically abused him. She's the abuser in this courtroom. Your Honor, going back to the standard, as Your Honor is well aware, in considering a motion to strike, the trial court must view the evidence.
Girl, she was getting spicy, honey.
Representing domestic abuse, which can be read to imply the police officers did not work for Mr. Depp. In fact, they worked for Dr. Kipper, also belie Ms. Heard's false allegations of abuse. Isaac Baruch, and in the clear light,
look at him looking at her.
May 21, 2021, which was the last time
he's looking at her. He's
Mr.
trying to get her
Depp
stand
saw
up so when she
before
takes
being
her
on the
takes the
Hollywood
stand, she's
Vampires tour.
rattled.
The next time he was to see her was when Ms. Heard begged him to come see her in San Francisco, which is hardly the act of a domestic abuse victim. So we have Isaac Baruch and Mr. Romero, time between Romero. Two witnesses heard this alleged incident of abuse.
Girl, his papers are all sweaty.
Come forward to presenting demand of others. Depp himself. Recall when door. We have the incident of December 15, 2015, when suggested yesterday that the impact of the
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, let's see. Are we officially on break? So, what did she say? 1:30 Eastern Standard Time is what she said. I think that's the time she said, girls. 1:30 Eastern Standard Time. So, girls, we're going to take a break. Be back in less than 1 hour. Less than 1 hour, like in 54 minutes. And we'll go from here, honey. We're going to say. Yep, so an hour. All right, girls, keep me on. I'll be muted until I start talking, and you'll know I'm back. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. One, two. One, 2, 3, 4. 1. 1. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're missing another crate of vodka. 3, 4, and 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're up to 600 bottles of vodka, honey. So there's supposed to be 853 here, and I'm gonna count them all. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll know if one's missing, honey. 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Peace out, straight the show from the jail. I had to turn the auto mod on girls due to constant spam from somebody in the community. Do you think Amber's charge was Amber in color? It's a possibility. If I had the chance to do it over again, you're asking would I run her over again? Hell yes. I always get my man. Come on, we're waiting for Virginia tonight. Virginia, come on, Virginia, give us the sign. Virginia, we're waiting for you, Virginia. Come on, Virginia, come on tonight. Roger, trying to get out of that mom. It's just a Roger, and mom. Roger, it's not inside that mom. Waiting for it, dating her mom for it. Oh my God, honey, this is taking forever. Why is it taking so long, honey? We're waiting for the judge to come back inside the courtroom. We're waiting for the judge to come back inside the courtroom. Did Amber heard about that time? Oh, thank you, Jen.
Perfect, thank you. All right, that's 1804. All right, thank you. And you want to approach on the other issue?
We're going to approach. I don't approach anybody else, but when I approach this judge, I approach myself. Oh, I don't approach anybody else. Oh no, oh no, oh no. You're the judge that makes me hot and bothered. You're the judge that makes me ooze. You're the judge that makes me hot and bothered. Poop myself. I don't poop anywhere else. But when I think about you, I poop myself. Oh, I don't poop anyone else. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Then I could see like when she took the poo, when they make the American Horror Story movie off this, they could have, the song Roam, Roam if she wants to, roam around the world. They could, poop if she wants to, poop on the bed. Something like that. I wonder what they're saying. Girl, I turned on the mod and it's still letting this best cam in. Are you kidding me? This is insane. I think I know what I'll do. I'll add these emotes to it. I'm having a cherry Coke. I think Judy smells something. That's her name. The stenographer's name was Judy because when the court came in today, when she came in, she was like, "Hey, Judy." I want a movie with this court. I love this judge. I really do. I can't.
All right. Yes.
She looks mad. Was it my song? Oh, why is she talking to her now? Why is she talking to the mama?
Are we ready for the jury? Okay.
What if she was talking to the witness right there and she's like, "You're going to have to poop on the witness stand just to prove that," because the mama, what if they try to say the reason Amber pooed was she has issues with her bowels and it's a genetic disorder her mama always had? It's just a normal thing. Like it's part of her customs. She's brought up to poo in the bed. That's true. If the poo doesn't fit, you must acquit. This judge is so professional.
All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. All right, be seated. All right, the plaintiff has rested in the defense case. Your witness?
She is the gay icon. Even if she's not a lesbian, I hope she is.
Dr. Hughes?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case for penalty of law? Yes, I do.
Oh, who is this? Girl, she's busty, honey.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Oh, this is her psychologist.
Thank you, Your Honor. Will you please state your name?
Dawn Hughes.
And what is your profession?
I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist.
And where is your practice located?
I practice in New York City.
What is a clinical psychologist?
Sure. So a clinical psychologist
Girl, is she on a
is
CPAP
somebody
machine?
who assesses, evaluates, and treats individuals who are suffering from a variety of ailments or problems that they have in their lives. It could be a major psychiatric disorder, and it could be problems in living. Clinical psychologists also participate in training, in education, and in research ventures.
And what is a forensic psychologist?
So a forensic psychologist is someone who applies the science and principles of clinical psychologists to a particular legal question at hand.
And please describe your background in terms of your education, please, for us.
So I received my bachelor degree in psychology from Hamilton College, which is in upstate New York. I then received my master's degree and my PhD from Nova Southeastern University, which is in Florida. I then had to complete my year-long internship, and that was at Yale University in the School of Medicine in the Department of Psychiatry. And there I did 2 full-year rotations. I did a year rotation in the substance abuse treatment unit and another year rotation in the West Haven Mental Health Clinic, where we saw individuals suffering from a wide array of difficulties and psychiatric illnesses. After that, I had to complete my postdoctoral fellowship, which is another year that's required in order to get licensed. And that was back in New York at Cornell Medical College in the Anxiety and Traumatic Stress program there.
Please describe your training and experience in psychology and trauma.
So my experience in trauma has been predominantly throughout graduate school. I started at a domestic violence program that was housed within our community mental health center of the university. And that program, we saw both men and women who were coming through the program. The majority of the men were court-ordered for batterers intervention programs to participate in mostly group therapy because of their behavior in intimate partner violence, domestic violence. We also treated the female victims who were victims of intimate partner violence mostly in individual therapy, but we did run some groups there as well. After that practicum experience, I went to work at the Veterans Administration in their outpatient psychiatry clinic. And in that clinic, I treated mostly, this was Florida, so they're much older adults. So we saw a lot of Vietnam-era veterans and actually World War II veterans.
This is to show she has PTSD.
Veterans who served combat in the first Iraq War. Sort of overlapping in that time, I also was the research coordinator for the Child Sex Abuse Survivors Program, and that was also a treatment program that was housed within that same community mental health center. And we saw individuals, both men and women, who were coming for treatment to deal with the consequences, the psychological after effects of having been sexually abused as a child. After that, I completed my
won't be monetizing this one.
Yale at the substance abuse program.
Won't be monetizing this live stream.
Concordance, a high rate of trauma-based disorders with substance abuse. I put together a group, a women's group of female heroin addicts, recovering heroin addicts who also had either domestic violence or childhood
a drug
abuse
lord,
histories.
were you?
So we did a dual.
You were a drug lord, okay.
With the
you always doing
the
that?
healing from the traumatic
Sharing
effects
drugs?
of the violence that they experienced. On my postdoctoral fellowship, I was in the Anxiety and Traumatic Stress program. As the name sounds, we saw individuals who were suffering from trauma-based disorders and anxiety, mostly late adolescents and adults, men and women, from rape, sexual assault, violence. Some were simple assaults on the streets, being mugged.
Girl, she's trying to look
things of that
sad.
nature. I also did teaching and training for Victim Services, which is New York City's largest victim-based organization who runs a lot of services for victims of domestic violence and shelter-based programs. And I did some education and training for them and teaching for a number of years.
Thank you. Let's talk about your current occupation. What positions do you currently hold?
So I currently have a private practice in Manhattan, and I also have a faculty position at Weill Cornell Medical College. I'm a clinical assistant professor of psychology in the Department of Psychiatry there. This is what we call on the voluntary faculty, which means you don't get paid, but you participate in bringing in the interns, selecting the interns for that year. In that program, I teach, I think.
Oh, so you rip off interns, do you? You're proud of that?
To the interns.
Girl, if I hear intern, I'm like, oh, okay, you rip people off.
I'm also called upon to sort of troubleshoot difficult scenarios that clinicians, either trainees or full-blood clinicians, might have. If there's an issue of intimate partner violence or child sex abuse and they don't really know sort of what to do in that situation, I get consulted to do that. And then most recently, I was part of our program's COVID response team, where in pretty much March, April, May, June, July 2020, where New York City was the epicenter, we sort of mobilized and were really doing psychological first aid and helping our hospital-based workers deal with the stress and the trauma from seeing so much death and destruction because of COVID in those first months of New York City's COVID wave.
What does your independent practice entail?
So my independent practice is predominantly, I say 3 things. The bulk is I see individuals in therapy, 2.5 days. I see people who come to my office who are mostly dealing from, the traumatic effects of victimization, childhood abuse, rape, sexual assault, sexual harassment, domestic violence. And I see these individuals in therapy. I do have a percentage of individuals who do not have a trauma history, and that's usually the anxiety disorders that I see. They may have panic disorder or generalized anxiety disorder or other difficulties in just relational difficulties or problems in living. The second big part of what I do is this, forensic psychology, like I am doing here today. I evaluate individuals who were involved in legal matters. I consult with prosecutors and district attorneys and U.S. attorneys on their cases, and just something that has to do with the legal system. And then the other smaller percentage is the engagement in professional activities in the profession.
Do you have any areas that you specialize in?
Yes, I specialize in interpersonal violence and traumatic stress.
And what is interpersonal violence?
So interpersonal violence is the umbrella term for when
violence that involves
one
an
person
umbrella
does something violent or abusive toward another. And that includes domestic violence, childhood sexual abuse, rape, sexual assault, sexual harassment, physical assault. All of those type of behaviors we understand as interpersonal violence. And then traumatic stress is the consequence of that. What happens to individuals when they experience these sort of life-altering events, these really adverse life events? Traumatic stress is one of the outgrowths and the psychological consequences that people have when they've been exposed to these type of traumas.
So intimate partner violence, rape, and sexual assault are major areas of your focus of practice?
That's
correct.
correct.
Fair to say?
Objection leading.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. I'll just move on. What types of patients do you treat in your private office?
So I treat adults mostly, men and women in my practice. I sometimes will treat late adolescents, 17 or 18. They'll come to me usually after a rape or sexual assault, and I'll treat them in short-term treatment. But mostly adults who are, have sustained some kind of traumatic event in their lives.
Approximately how many victims of interpersonal violence have you examined or personally interviewed over the course of your career?
Hundreds upon hundreds.
And how many years have you been practicing?
Well, I started practicing in graduate school in 1992, and I was licensed in 1996, so 25, 30 years.
Okay. Are you board certified?
Yes, I am.
Please describe to the jury
She's
what
smoking
board
a
certification
cigarette
means and
up
what you are
there.
certified in.
Board certification is the highest
This
degree
is
of
not
postdoctoral
professional.
certification that a psychologist can obtain. And I am board certified in forensic psychology, and that means that I have just amassed a competency in the area of forensic psychology.
And are you licensed to practice psychology?
Yes, I am.
And in how many states are you licensed?
I'm licensed in 3 states, in New York, North Carolina, and Connecticut. And then I have some temporary licenses in other states as well.
Have you published in the area of your specialization?
I have. I am not predominantly a researcher or somebody who writes. I'm a clinician. I'm doing direct clinical service. But over the course of my graduate school and postdoctoral time, I have published some things, yes.
And have you published a book chapter relating to rape and sexual assault?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Yes, I have. Rape and sexual assault in adult women.
And have you published any book chapters relating to structured or clinical assessment of risk or violence?
Yes, I co-authored a book chapter entitled, this is a Structured Clinical Assessment of Risk.
And you can buy it on Amazon right now.
Have you given any other trainings or presentations to mental health professionals in the area of trauma and abuse?
Yes, I've given many trainings at national conferences, at legal conferences for attorneys, for mental health professionals, on understanding trauma and how trauma may show up in the courtroom, on understanding what a victim of intimate partner violence might look like.
I could do live effects, but I'd have to start over
Have to
again.
come into court to testify. And training just regular sort of mental health professionals on how to understand trauma, how to look for trauma, what does it look like when it comes into your office, how do you treat it, how do you assess it. All of those factors I've done a number of trainings on.
Have you been invited on any occasions to train attorneys and judges on trauma and violence?
Yes, I have. I was invited by the Judicial Conference to be part of the training curriculum to train our New York State Supreme Court justices on issues of intimate partner violence and traumatic stress. Some of the things that I've just been talking to you here about how to understand what happens in those situations, how to understand the myths and misconceptions that may abound in these situations, and how you can sort of more accurately understand what a victim is talking to you about and telling you when they come into your courtroom.
Have you given any presentations to judicial symposiums on domestic violence?
Yes, I've also been,
This is America. We don't do
sometimes judges
symposiums.
will have symposiums in their courtroom. They will make a decision to hold a particular symposium on particular topics, and I was, asked to come to presentations for judges on numerous occasions.
And what, if any, presentations did you do on understanding women's use of force in IPV?
That was a recent presentation, and I think that was invited by one of the judges of the Office on Domestic Violence in New York. And the title is When Women Use Force in Situations of Intimate Partner Violence. And my topic was to talk about the complexities of that issue and what does that look like and how can we differentiate if both people are fighting. How do we know that this is intimate partner violence? So what does the research tell us about that? How do we understand that, and how can we really accurately assess that? And that was sort of the bulk of what that training was about.
What professional organizations do you belong to?
I belong to a number. I belong to the American Psychological Association, which is the largest body of psychologists in the United States, over here, headquarters in D.C. Because it's so big, there are subdivisions of American Psychological Association, so I belong to the Division of Trauma Psychology. I belong to the Division of Psychology and the Law, the Division of Psychologists in Private Practice. I belong to other organizations, the International Society for Traumatic Stress Studies, which, as the name says, it's an international society where we are interdisciplinary, mostly psychiatry and psychology, researchers and clinicians, to really understand and further our awareness about trauma and traumatic stress. I belong to the International Society for Trauma and Dissociation. I belong to the Anxiety Disorders of Association of America. I'm a fellow in the American Board of Forensic Psychology. I don't know if I'm forgetting any.
Okay. Are any of these specific to interpersonal violence or trauma?
Well, clearly the trauma division of the American Psychological Association, the International Society for Traumatic Stress Studies, and the International Society for Trauma and Dissociation. And then also the Anxiety Disorders of Association continues to talk about trauma because prior to this new DSM-5, PTSD was originally categorized under the anxiety disorders. So there are still colleagues and researchers in the anxiety disorders organizations who talk about PTSD and trauma.
Do you hold any leadership roles in these organizations?
People are getting, the appropriate care that they deserve. So it's something that just has always been part of my life in varying degrees. And as a psychologist, I feel like it's a very rewarding part of my job.
Do you attend professional conferences?
Yes, I do, typically multiple times a year. Of course, COVID threw a little bit of a wrench in that since some things are virtual, but yes, I routinely attend conferences.
And why do you think that's important?
It's important to stay abreast of developments in the field. It's important to meet with your colleagues across the country and see what they're doing and what they're hearing and what's working and what's not working. So when you're at a conference and somebody's presenting new or novel research, then you can take that information and bring that back to your clients and bring that back to my forensic work. So it absolutely enhances the work that I do.
Have you ever been qualified to testify in the field of psychology as an expert witness?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
I was first qualified in 1998, so since then, about 50 times.
Okay. And how often in that 50 times has the specialty been in interpersonal violence and traumatic stress?
Probably more than half.
Okay. Have you ever worked for or testified for the prosecution in criminal matters, like the district attorney's office, U.S. attorney's office?
Yes, I have, frequently.
Okay. Do you testify for both sides in lawsuits, plaintiffs and defendants?
Yes, I do.
Have you ever worked on other cases that didn't go to trial?
Many.
Okay. Have you ever found an individual that you evaluated did not suffer from the effects of interpersonal violence or PTSD?
Frequently.
Okay. Have you ever not been qualified in court where you have been proffered to qualify as an expert in the court?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, I would at this time move to qualify Dr. Hughes as an expert in forensic psychology with a specialization in interpersonal violence and traumatic stress.
All right, any objection?
No objection to qualifying her as an expert in forensic.
Okay, are we back?
All right.
More specifically, forensic psychology with a specialization in interpersonal violence and traumatic stress.
Any objection?
No.
All right, so moved.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Hughes, please tell the jury what domestic violence, intimate partner violence means.
Sure. So I'm probably going to be interchanging the language, domestic violence and interpersonal violence, and for purposes here, these are the same thing. So intimate partner violence is a pattern of manipulation, fear, and coercive control that happens within an intimate relationship. It constitutes using a variety of abusive behaviors.
This is not professional.
Physical violence, sexual violence, psychological aggression, emotional
This is not
abuse,
professional.
stalking or surveillance behaviors, and economic abuse.
In my opinion.
The abusive behaviors occur over time.
This
not
is
all
so
at once,
unprofessional.
and they're also interspersed with very
This is
normal times,
unprofessional.
times without violence, times with love and happiness, and it's this interpositioning of the violence with the love and the abuse, with the love and the care, that makes it very difficult for a victim to extricate herself from that situation and from that relationship.
And what would you say is the overarching dynamic of these relationships?
So the overarching dynamic is the abuse of power and control of one person wanting to have dominance in that relationship, say over most things that the couple or that the victim does or does not do.
Please tell the jury what coercive control means.
So coercive control is a tactic of victimization. The goal of it is to establish dominance. What coercive control does is that it imposes negative consequences for noncompliance with your partner's expectations or demands. And what that does is it erodes away at the victim's autonomy and her independence.
What is physical violence?
So physical violence is when one person uses their body against the body of another with the intent to cause injury or harm. That can be push, shove, slap, kick, punch, beat up, meaning multiple types of physicality in one instance, throw, slam into a wall, push into something hard that you could hurt yourself. Clearly, use of a weapon would be a physically violent act as well.
Does size and strength matter between the parties?
Yes, very much so. This is very well documented in the literature about violence and abuse in relationships, and that's just physics. That's just proportional force. That if a 185-pound man is going to push a 120-pound woman, that's going to feel quite different than a 120-pound woman pushing a 185 pound man. And it's
Let's
just
not talk about
proportional
weight.
force and the size and strength differential. And that is why specifically, if you look at wrestling or boxing, they match weight classes. And they do that for a reason, because they know that it's not fair if somebody is bigger and stronger than the other. So it's certainly not the only factor, but it is a factor that one has to consider if a relationship is violent.
What is psychological aggression?
So psychological aggression is threats
God.
and the imposition of threats with the intent to control someone's behavior. So it's doing a threat so that you will modify your behavior and do what your partner wants. Some psychological aggression techniques are intimidation, slamming your hand on a table, punching a wall, throwing something, mumbling under your mouth, cursing, screaming, sort of these high emotional balance type of activities that can cause a victim to feel afraid and feel intimidated. And then if there has been an act of physical violence where that contingency has already been established, that this person, your partner, has said,
she's putting on
okay,
an
I will
act.
not only have the ability to use violence against you, I also have the willingness to do it. The intimidating tactics take on greater flavor. They take on greater salience.
flavor? Are they really talking about
What
food?
could be coming down the pike?
What is emotional abuse?
So emotional abuse functions to denigrate a person's sense of self-worth
Wrong one.
and their self-perception. It's about name-calling, being very mean-spirited, putting yourself down, using gender-based language that's offensive, racial slurs, all types of behaviors to really make a person feel less than
There's something about this doctor I don't trust.
And what is sexual abuse?
So sexual abuse in an intimate relationship functions to establish dominance and establish power. What it is simply in the psychological and psychiatric communities is forcing someone to do something sexual against your will when you did not want to. It can be forced sex, either forced vaginal, oral, anal sex, and forced to engage in any other type of sexual act that you may not want to do.
Or it's never getting monetized.
And when I say force, it doesn't mean it has to have physical force. There's a lot of psychologically coercive tactics that are used that many times when violence has already been established in the relationship, the victim often feels that she can't say no for fear of reprisal, for fear of retaliation for saying no to those acts. So sexual abuse, does happen in intimate partner relationships. A lot of people don't want to talk about it, and they don't want to ask about it because it makes people very uncomfortable.
Is digital penetration of the vagina sexual abuse?
Digital?
Action leading.
Wait, what?
What, if any, role does digital penetration of the vagina play in
Digital
sexual
penetration of the
If it is
vagina?
non-consensual, then it is abusive.
Digital?
What, if any, penetration of inanimate objects into the vagina plays a role?
What
in
is
sexual
digital?
Again, the operative word is consensual. If you are
What?
not consenting to those acts, then it is sexually abusive.
Did he try to put an iPhone in her?
distinction between sexual violence and sexual
Oh, fingers. Jesus
Not
Christ.
really. Sexual violence is a term of art. It is the overarching
Jesus.
umbrella that we in the psychological and psychiatric communities talk about. So if we are looking
Girl, I
at
almost
our
lost it.
diagnostic and statistical manual and say what are the traumas that could cause PTSD, it's listed as sexual violence. So it's an umbrella term that allows us to understand it could be childhood sexual abuse, it could be a rape, a sexual assault, it can be sexual abuse in an intimate relationship. So it's really just an overarching term that we use in the field.
What are
So I'm sorry. So it doesn't mean, I think people often mistake it to mean that when you are being sexually abused, that someone's punching you or someone's hitting you or someone's doing something like that because you hear the violence. It does not mean that. That could happen, but that term does not require that, nor does it mean that.
What are stalking or surveillance behaviors?
So stalking and surveillance behaviors are a common tactic of typically men who
Girl,
use
we're going to do a
violent
GoFundMe, Lou,
behaviors
if you
in
want better
intimate relationships.
GPUs,
What
honey.
they do is they allow the
I'm pushing the
woman
brink
to
of this
know
Mac
that
Mini,
wherever
honey.
she is, wherever she goes,
I need a
he's
Mac
gonna
Pro
know.
Studio,
I'm
girls.
going to maybe look at your phone, see who you're talking to, track you on Find My iPhone, look at your Instagram, look at your emails, really having a way of knowing all of the personal information about you. And what that does, it again erodes the victim's autonomy and it erodes her sense of privacy. She doesn't feel that wherever she can go, that somewhere he's not going to be part of her life.
They're really trying to
a very
make it seem that he's
way.
just a horrible
Sometimes there's
person.
the pop-ins. They'll show up at places that they're not supposed to be and that we don't want them to be, just as a way of checking. Sometimes they'll have friends or family check up on their partners to make sure where they are. What time did you get home? But you didn't turn off your phone at this time, but you came in the door this time. Like all of the sort of constant questioning and interrogation about an individual's whereabouts.
What about economic abuse? What is that?
So economic abuse is a way to, again, continue to maintain control over your intimate partner. Sometimes it's withholding information about the finances, of not letting you have access to the finances. If you can't have access to a credit card or a checking account or, Apple Pay on your phone, then you're rendered usually much more economically dependent on your partner, and that limits tangible options for you. For individuals where that sort of tangible options isn't there, we see the economic abuse or the economic restriction when one partner refuses to share any information about the funds. So it's not like I can't go shopping because I won't have
exactly.
money. Exactly.
She's taking a private jet.
In our family money. I don't have any idea of what we're doing in our family vis-a-vis our finances. So it's a way of definitely keeping that very separate and not in a consensual. Some couples make that choice. One person does all the money, that's fine. But when it doesn't come from a place of consensual choice making, it can be abusive.
So you just described a number of these abusive behaviors. Are all of them present in every domestic violence relationship?
Right. No, they're not all present in everyone, and that's why it's very
She does look good here, yeah. I
do
agree.
a thorough assessment of a relationship that may be mired in violence to see which ones are present and which ones have a great impact in the relationship, which ones are sort of making the structure of this relationship.
After a sexual assault in an intimate relationship, how might a victim in those circumstances interact with her partner?
So this is one of the myths that people say, well, if she was sexually assaulted by her partner, she would have just left. And nothing could be further from the truth. That's not what happens.
Yeah, she looks good here. She looks really
good. Your
good.
boyfriend or your partner. So what women do is they bury it. They compartmentalize it. They put it away. They avoid it because then they continue to reach out for the kind and the loving man that they got into this relationship with.
Yeah.
The problem is that it does fester belief and causes more sort of psychological distress.
I mean, what she's saying is right in a generalized
What, if any, role can
understanding
shame or
of
humiliation
these terms,
play
but
in
it doesn't mean it
coercive
applies to Amber
dynamic?
Heard.
So that's one of the emotions that the victim is usually trying to suppress and compartmentalize and avoid and put away. One of the most frequently felt feelings after something so incredibly humiliating and violating is shame. And shame is a very sort of difficult emotion for people to have to live with and to have to experience. And then a lot of times what we see in these relationships, especially ones where sexual assault is perpetrated, there's typically the emotional abuse as well. So now if you're called names like a whore and a slut and easy and fat, and you're feeling the shame from the sexual assault that just happened, it sort of acts as a compounding effect, and it sort of kind of slowly deteriorates the psychological functioning of the victim, and where they're just really trying to get back to the good guy, get the good guy to come back, but they're suffering these symptoms underneath.
What about intimidation? What role does intimidation play in the coercive control dynamic?
And intimidation is one of the huge factors that we see in coercive control. Again, the goal is to get your partner to do what you want them to do. And if you've established that you can use violence and other sexual violence and physical violence, slamming your hand on a table, throwing a glass, breaking a door, throwing anything, causing a fit, yelling and screaming, that can rise the fear level in a victim that she may modify her behavior quicker, and he might not need to use physical violence because he's already established that that fear is there.
Girl, what?
What, if any, role could writing obscene messages play in being considered intimidating behavior?
Objection leading.
I said, what, if any, Your Honor?
Overruled.
I mean, certainly writing obscene messages to your partner could absolutely be an intimidating behavior.
What, if any, role does emotional abuse or degradation play in the dynamics?
So emotional abuse and degradation, as I stated before, functions to decrease
Is she
your sense of
lying?
self-worth. It
I think
decreases
she's
your sense
lying.
of
I just feel like
agency.
there's
It
a
makes you feel
reason
bad
she's
about
lying for
yourself.
these
And when you
girls.
feel bad about yourself, you're less likely to actualize and see options for leaving. You're so sort of mired in this dynamic of abuse that you come sometimes to believe the bad things that the person is telling you about. So, you know, maybe I am not talented and fat and lazy and stupid, and it interferes with that ability to problem solve and figure out, you know, can I get out of this relationship? And sometimes you feel you don't even deserve to get out of the relationship when the abuse is so chronic and so repetitive.
What role does surveillance as a means of control play in that dynamic?
So surveillance...
Objection leading.
I don't think that's leading, Your Honor.
Overruled. Go ahead.
So surveillance functions to let the victim know wherever you are, there I am. So it makes her feel not secure in her movement, feeling that she has to restrict her movement. Her movement is not hers alone. It usually increases hypervigilance. It increases fear. It increases the need for yourself to mark where you've been and what you've done so that you can go
Amber,
back
you've
and
told a
prove it
lie,
to your
honey.
partner,
Your
because
nose
you
is
know
growing.
that there is going to be an interrogation later. When this pattern
You've
has been
told a lie,
established,
Amber.
show
That
receipts.
nose
You
is
know,
just
show
a
me your
growing,
iPhone.
honey.
Where were you? What's your Google location at? You know,
It's a
those
growing.
are some types of surveillance behaviors that puts the victim very much
Pinocchio,
on edge
honey.
and increases that level
It's
of
a
anxiety
growing,
and
Amber.
trepidation.
What role does possessive jealousy play in these relationships?
So possessive jealousy is a very difficult dynamic in intimate partner violence. It's very common in situations of coercive control. It's rooted in possession, that the gentleman feels that he can possess her and that he can have her whenever he wants. It's very possessive dynamic. But the accusations, the problem is when you make the accusations, the woman's forced to refute the accusations. So they're continuing in this dynamic where she's trying to prove, I didn't do what you said, this didn't happen. And then unfortunately, sometimes it escalates because the man is not taking the no for an answer, because this is a perseverative, obsessive pattern that's very difficult to penetrate, that often these type of conversations lend themselves to physical and sexual violence.
Does this dynamic happen overnight?
Jesus.
No, it doesn't happen overnight. It
Oh.
happens over time. We don't,
Oh my God.
You know, a woman doesn't get into a relationship with a man who's beating her up
This
and
trial
sexually
is
assaulting
just
her and
taking
calling
a
her
number on
names and
Amber.
doing all
It
that.
really
You
is.
know, she gets into the relationships for all the right reasons, just like we all get into relationships for love, for companionship, for kindness, for a future. But then slowly, you know, all of these behaviors start to take form, and I always say it's sort of like sucking the oxygen out of the room, and then before you know it,
No,
you're
she's not
suffocating.
gonna do she and he at a minimum, Chloe, because
So-
she's trying to put it in the
brings me to
juror's
my next
head that
question.
she's talking about Amber.
What role do physical abuse and coercive tactics play interspersed with normalcy and positive moments?
Objection compound.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. I'll figure this out some way. What role does love and normalcy play in these dynamics you've been describing?
Objection compound.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Thank you.
So love and normalcy are almost always in these relationships. That, you know, when you are in a lull and the violence is not happening, you're back to sort of the loving man that you wanted.
But it is
the
a
person
clown
who
show.
You wanted to be with. And when you pair sort of this violent dynamic, physical violence, sexual violence, with love and attachment, it creates a trauma bond. It creates a psychological bond. An emotional dependency is created. So it makes it very difficult for the victim of the abuse to sort of extricate herself from that relationship, and for her to even believe frankly. I mean, that takes a lot of time to even believe that she can and that she should.
And what, if any, role does that dynamic you've described have in the victim thinking they can fix the problem?
She's a witch.
So
She's
what
a
do we know from the
witch.
research with working with battered men who come into treatment, is that the only person who can change the abuse is the abuser. So no matter what the tactics that the woman uses, she's trying to do all these different things to fix him, to have him not be violent, to have him not be sexually violent, to have him not be obsessively jealous. And all those things don't change his behavior because it's up to him to change his behavior. And this was played out a million times in the batterers intervention groups that I led. And the men would tell us, it doesn't matter what she does. I don't care. So the problem is that the woman continues to think that she can fix it, and yet she can't. But she's the one who's then rendered sort of helpless and hopeless because everything that she's trying to do is failing.
What is the cycle of violence?
So the cycle of violence is one way to describe this domestic violence pattern. Typically what we see, and the cycle can be different in a variety of relationships, but typically what we see is in the first phase, so sort of multiple 3 to 4 phases. In the first phase, there's a tension building phase. You're sort of starting to feel that apprehension. He may be throwing his papers on the table a little more. He may be slamming the fridge door a little more. He may be mumbling under his mouth a little more. He may grab a glass a little more forcefully than he normally is. And then there's the incident phase. Then there's the blow up, where the violence, the abuse, the screaming, the sexual violence or the physical violence, all that occurs.
There's a live interview going on with Amber Heard's poop right now outside the courthouse.
I didn't mean it. It wasn't me. I'm not going to do it again.
I don't think they should be letting the charge
and then we
take the witness stand. This is disgusting.
Where, this isn't going to happen again. I'm back to stable ground. I'm going to live in this place, this sort of honeymoon place. The problem in the calm phase is we often see the rationalizations and the justifications for the behavior.
This is not too far.
Like typically, the man is taking full responsibility for what he did, but it's calm because there's no violence and no sort of tension at that moment. And then it recurs. So you're stuck in this vicious cycle of trying to figure out, how can I be with this man who hurts me, and yet I love him so much.
And what, if anything, does the term love bomb mean?
So the love bombing is, it's more of the colloquial term for the younger folks here, but, where you shower someone with affection and love, in this contrition and calm phase where, you're, everything about you is special. You're the best thing in the world. I'm never going to do anything to hurt you again. I would never let anyone hurt you. And it could be sending flowers and buying gifts or going on trips or your favorite restaurant. And that is, a way of where the man is trying to make those amends. And then it gets the woman hooked. So they get hooked on the kindness. They get hooked on the love. They don't get hooked on the abuse. I've never met one woman in the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds that I've evaluated who was not concerned about the violence. They're all concerned about the violence, but they go for the love.
So in your experience with these dynamics that you've described, does the victim ever yell at her partner?
Absolutely.
Why?
We know from the research that women use verbal and physical acts of aggression in these relationships. That's not uncommon. This has been researched for 5 decades. And a woman may yell at her partner because she's angry. And anger is a very normal emotion to having been abused. She can also be afraid, but they don't have to be mutually exclusive. We can absolutely, as human beings, feel 2 or 3 or 4 different emotions at once. People do often say to me, oh, she would never yell at him if she knew he was going to hit her. And that's not true. That's just patently not true. That's not supported in the research, and that's not supported in my clinical practice. The problem is there's a classic double bind. And the violence has been so normalized in the relationship now. She gets hit if she does yell. She gets hit if she doesn't yell. So for women who feel at certain moments that they need to preserve some sense of their autonomy and their independence and stand up for themselves, they will yell and they will fight back, even though the risk of violence is there. So it doesn't mean that she's not afraid and that she's not concerned about the violence. And it doesn't mean she doesn't also use placating and compliance strategies most of the time as well.
Does in the cases that you have and in your experience, does the abuse typically take place in front of others?
No, I mean, this is classically what we talk about behind closed doors. Most of the intimate partner violence, the domestic violence, happens, in the privacy of your own home. So sometimes we see the remnants of it, the after effects, or victims talk to their friends or family about it, but very rarely are you seeing it happen, the actual blow-up phase happen in the middle of witnesses and other people.
What does the term bystander effect mean?
So bystander effect means what happens when people are aware that domestic violence is happening. What happens when they're aware, even if they're not seeing it, that it could be happening. And what happens is we know that it's very difficult for people to stand up and say something. It's very difficult, especially in situations where there's a larger community of folks and the person who perhaps is perpetrating the abuse is the leader of that community. It becomes very difficult to go up against that, to go up against the sort of the head honcho of the community. People are very fearful of losing their jobs. I've seen this time and time again in the cases that I've worked on, either the Boy Scout cases or the clergy abuse cases, all of those type of cases where the USA Gymnastics, where when we go back and we look, we see people knew. But the secretary doesn't want to lose her job. She has kids to feed. The guy who, checks you in, he doesn't want to lose his job because he has a mortgage to pay. So people are quiet and they don't say anything. And then other people are very, it's a very worrisome dynamic. They don't want to put their foot out there if they're wrong, and maybe I didn't see it right, or I don't really know what happened. I certainly am not going to jeopardize my job if I don't really know what happened behind closed doors, even if I see a trashed room or a bruise. And then people still believe it's a family matter. It's between Amber and Johnny. Let them figure it out. I'm not going to get in the middle. So those are dynamics that happen.
What's the objection?
Motion to strike.
What's the objection?
We identified two names in the answer.
Overruled. Next.
Thank you.
Question.
Did you finish your answer?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. What about mutual abuse? What is that? What role does that play?
So mutual abuse isn't really a term of art that we use. What we look at is situational couple violence and intimate partner violence. And when we look at situational couple violence, that really does characterize the majority of types of violence and abuse that happens in relationships. That's when a couple gets out of hand. They may push, shove, slap, yell, say some things that they don't want. And it's not that those behaviors are okay, but those are sort of what our larger scale community-based studies say happens in these relationships. That's distinguished from intimate partner violence, what I'm talking to you about, that has this constellation of symptoms and is rooted in the abuse of power and control.
Is there research that addresses this mutual abuse?
Yeah, there's research that addresses what does gender symmetry look like, male and female. Are they the same? And there's certainly, as I said, research that on the lower end types of violent behaviors, push, shove, slap, we may see similar rates between men and women. In psychological aggression, yelling, name calling, putting down, in some of our big community scale studies, we may see similar rates of perpetration in those behaviors. But then there are, other situations where we don't have gender symmetry. And what the research talks about very clearly is you have to examine context. You have to examine the differential of power and control and coercive control in the relationship to make a full determination.
Do women use violence in relationships?
Yeah, absolutely. Again, we've known this for 5 decades in our research. We've been studying this since the 70s. And when we look at what happens, women do report their use of violence. The majority of violence that we do see is what we call reactive violence or self-defensive violence, or sometimes violence that's perpetrated independently of an assault, of something that's going on. But mostly that when the partner begins to become violent, then she may become violent and fight back. And that's not an uncommon dynamic, that if somebody is being pushed or shoved or hit, that a person would fight back. That has been established in the research.
And what, if any, effect does that have on changing the power dynamics or the structure?
Well, you have to find out, does it? Does her use of violence change the overarching power structure of coercive control and violence and abuse in this relationship? And you have to examine those variables to see, does it or does it not?
Can men be victims of intimate partner violence?
Absolutely. Certainly, we know that we have to be careful of gendered stereotypes. We can't go in and think, oh, only the woman is the victim and only the man is the perpetrator. That just does not comport with the research. We know that the research also shows that we can have domestic violence in same-sex relationships. My very first case was a same-sex domestic violence homicide in Brooklyn. That was in 1998. So I've been examining and treating individuals in a variety types of violent contexts. So we have to be careful that that bias doesn't get in our way when we're evaluating a particular situation in a particular case.
Hello, honey.
That said, we do know that there still are differences.
Yeah, this is really good
in a
questioning.
heterosexual
This is really
couple,
good.
in a male-female dyad, the research still is clear that there are differences. Men still perpetrate more severe acts of violence. Women are still more likely to be injured. They are much more likely to suffer sexual violence at the hands of their partner. They're more likely to be intimidated, afraid, and they're much more likely to be killed. So we know that those differences exist, but we do examine, in those individual circumstances, knowing that either one could be a perpetrator or a victim.
So how are you able to determine whether a relationship is a situational violence or intimate partner violence?
So I thoroughly examine all of those other variables. I look for the coercive control, who holds the power in the situation, who's able to say no, who makes the decisions, what are the consequences if you don't follow the decisions of your partner, is there sexual violence, is there intimidation and fear? Are there statistical factors that are associated with severe and lethal domestic violence? So there's a lot of data that we have in the field that we can use to assess a particular relationship.
Something's
really
happening to
find
the
out what's going
stream.
on.
That ain't
Does
right.
alcohol and substance use cause people to be violent?
No, it certainly doesn't cause people to be violent. We have plenty of people who can be, struggling with substance abuse and addiction, and they're not violent. But when you have a substance abuse and addiction, and you perpetrate domestic violence, it does create a much more disastrous effect. It is a co-occurring variable, and we know that also from the research that the majority of the women will report that when their partner is drinking, the physical violence goes up. So a lot of the times when he's physically violent is when he's been consuming drugs or alcohol. When he's not consuming drugs and alcohol and he's not violent, those other behaviors continue to persist. The coercive control, the surveillance, the obsessive jealousy, the possessiveness, the psychological abuse, those usually persist. But the alcohol can just throw lighter fluid on a flame in a situation of domestic violence.
Is there research that looks at how women cope with the violence and abuse in their relationships?
Yes, there is.
Please tell me about it. What does it say?
So there's been a lot of research to talk about what do women do. That's the question that everyone wants to know. Why doesn't she just leave? And in asking that question, why doesn't she just leave, we actually are able to say, well, let me tell you what she does do. And what the research shows is women do a lot of things in that relationship. So there's sort of 3 main categories. One are the formal responses, the formal things that she does. Call the police, participate in prosecution of your partner, go see a therapist, go to a shelter, go to a hospital. These are sort of the very formal strategies that women can use. Then there are the informal strategies, and that's talking with your best friend, talking with your mom, talking with your friends, trying to get that emotional support from your social network. But the most common one is these personal strategies. And the personal strategies are really talking with your partner. They're trying to fix the relationship from within the confines of the relationship. Trying to get him to go to counseling, try to get him to go to church, try to get him to understand his ways, try to get him to get into AA or sober counseling or harm reduction model to help with his addiction, compliance with his demands, anticipating his demands, all these coping strategies that are sort of, embedded within that intimate relationship.
Let's talk about the calling the police. Is that a common
I don't know
response?
yet, Samantha.
It's not a common response. Many women do not want to call the police on their partners. Using criminal justice interventions in crimes of women and children are the least likely to be called into law enforcement. And most of the time when the police are called, it's because a particular incident has got out of hand and she feels unsafe. And the only way that she feels I can get this incident to end and stop is by calling law enforcement.
And if police are called, does the woman typically participate in the prosecution?
I mean, this has been a problem and a difficulty for prosecutors across the country since I've been doing this work. I'm actually frequently called by the prosecutor to testify about a fact pattern because the victim won't come in and testify. So dropping restraining orders, not participating in the prosecution is a very common dynamic in situations of intimate partner violence, domestic violence. And what we know from our law enforcement data and colleagues is that when you get that 911 call, they're very specifically trained to say, that's likely not the first episode. The chances are there have been more severe episodes before you get this call. So you can't go on the scene and think that this is the first episode of violence. And that's why a thorough assessment is supposed to be done when police officers arrive on the scene. So usually that episode that calls the
Oh my
police
God,
is
I gotta
just meant to
pee,
stop
honey.
that incident in that moment to get a sense of safety. But most women don't want to participate and go forward with restraining orders.
Why do women in violent relationships stay in the relationship when the man's hurting them?
I mean, they stay for all the reasons we talked about in the cycle of violence. They stay for the loving man. They stay for the man who's kind. They stay for the man they decided to marry and had hope and promises.
Yeah, there were
for
police
their
reports,
future.
Samantha, and the police
So
report
there's a lot
stated
of sort of
nothing
love
happened to
and
Amber Heard.
attachment
She
is
was
why
not a
they're
victim of
connected to their
domestic
partner.
abuse, and that was from
Some
all the
people
police
stay
people that
because they
showed
have
up at different
economic
times.
reasons and they don't have
There's
tangible
literally
resources to leave.
no
Some
evidence.
people have children in common. And they
Amber
don't
Heard
want to
refused to
deprive
give
their
them her
children
cell
of
phone
a father.
records.
So some people fear retaliation.
Johnny
If
Depp
I
turned over
leave, I'm
his,
going
even
to
though
get
his,
seriously hurt. And
had those
frankly,
texts
the statistics
where it was
bear
like,
out. The most dangerous
let's
time
burn
for
her
a
tonight
woman
in the
is when
Honda
she's
and stuff
leaving
like that. He still
relationship.
turned him
Her
over.
likelihood of being killed grows substantially at that moment. So leaving sometimes isn't a best strategy. Staying keeps her safe. So there's usually a whole multitude of factors of why a woman decides to stay in the relationship. And again, as I said previously, it doesn't mean she's unconcerned about the violence. It's just she hasn't figured out a way out yet.
What, if any, role does emotional attachment and love play in that?
That's probably the biggest one, is that you have this, we talked about that trauma bond that has developed, that psychological attachment to your partner. You don't want to leave him. You've connected with him on so many other levels that giving that up just feels like a threat to your integrity. You're just and a threat to his, because you're just so intertwined and attached.
Yeah, way too generalized. I mean, she's just giving statements about anybody that goes through stuff like this.
Victims alive in these situations. That's what gets them going from one episode to the next, to get up the next day and maybe he's not going to drink today. Maybe it's going to be on his good side. Maybe he's going to come home and not disappear for 3 days. Continuing to hope that some type of change is coming down the pike.
Now, you mentioned lethality a little earlier. Can you please explain to us what that means?
So lethality means death, means fatality. And
Get
we
over
have
here.
Very well validated instruments and data that looks at what factors happen in a relationship where a woman ends up dead. And we do that
now they're
through looking
yeah, now they're going to try to
retrospectively,
turn it.
saying, here's, this person ended up dead, killed by her partner in a homicide.
They are really trying to put
and
this in the
let's see what
jury's
factors were there so that
mind.
we can work at preventing it. It's very methodologically sound over different case
This is
control
insane.
designs over multiple cities, used by the FBI and law enforcement. So these are a number of factors that tell us that somebody is in a very dangerous situation. So some of the factors are an increase of frequency and severity of the violence, threats to kill, choking behavior, sexual assault, obsessive and possessive jealousy, controlling behavior, the perpetrator's use and abuse of substances, alcohol and substances, the perpetrator's threatening of suicide himself, right? Those are some of the top factors, and there are more that are very, very dangerous. When we hear that and we hear a woman is in a situation where those are present, then we are moving out of situational couple violence.
What, if any, role does destroying property?
So this is
Destroying
Amber
property,
Heard's
destruction
witness,
of property,
Annie.
personal property is also one of the risk factors for danger and fatality.
And what, if any, role does leaving threatening messages play?
Yep. That's also a risk factor for lethality.
What are the psychological and traumatic effects that such interpersonal violence has on victims?
Objection compound.
Psychological and traumatic effects are kind of interchangeable.
I'll sustain the objection.
What are the psychological effects that such interpersonal violence has on victims?
So these have also been well researched, and they are wide and varied. We see depression and depressive disorders, sometimes with suicidality. We see anxiety and anxiety disorders, a lot of stress. We see post-traumatic stress disorder. We see substance abuse and substance abuse disorders. We see trust difficulties and difficulties in interpersonal relationships. As a result, we see a lot of shame and humiliation. We see anger and rage, a whole sleep disruption, a whole host of difficult psychological consequences having sustained a relationship of intimate partner violence.
What, if any, role does low self-esteem play?
Well, low self-esteem is a very common after effect, and that, when you're embedded in the relationship, it also makes it just very difficult for
It's a
you
possibility,
to find
honey.
your way out.
What is emotional dysregulation?
Emotional dysregulation.
But they could care less about
DYS,
trivializing it. I mean, it's all about just putting this in
is
their
when
head.
You sort of don't feel that you
So
have
then
control
the
of
juror
your
will be like,
emotions. You
oh my
feel like you're
God,
fluctuating,
Amber Heard went all, through
from
all
one
of
to
this,
the
even though they're
X,
not talking
one
about
to
Amber
the
Heard. They're
next.
just generalizing.
It's not the same as a bipolar disorder. It, can happen in short moments that, it's really because your central nervous system is so out of haywire from
All right, yeah, I've got
being
to.
exposed
I've
to
got
so
to
many
urinate.
traumatic
I can't
events
wait.
that you may feel things deeply and with a short trigger and in a very quick time.
In your experience, is there a particular way victims of intimate partner violence remember the violence they endured?
Well, memory for traumatic events is something that has been well researched. Sometimes people have what we call dissociative amnesia, where because of the physical or psychic pain of what they're going through, a portion of the memory either gets blocked or can't get retrieved. Whether it's stored or retrieval, we're not really sure. But most of the times, the memory is really about when you have multiple repeated events of the same type of thing. So if you are abused multiple times and the abuse is very similar, it's very common for the victim to lose discrete details of a particular incident. They may not retain the memory for the complete incident, and that might not be to dissociative amnesia. That just might mean to forgetting because you have so many chronic events that have happened to you.
Are there common myths or misperceptions about domestic violence?
There are. I hope I've dispelled some of them here already, but I mean, the myths, certainly are that women are meek, are passive, are, just sitting there and letting the abuse happen, that women don't fight back, that women don't yell back, that some old ones, that they like the violence, they're not concerned about the violence, that if it was really bad, she really would have left. If it was really bad, she really would have told the police. All of those myths and misconceptions that just don't comport with the research.
Are there also myths about trauma survivors, how trauma survivors present?
Yes, there are. And what we say is, how lay people think someone who suffered a traumatic event is supposed to act. So in the immediate aftermath of a trauma, people think, oh, they should be hysterical and abreacting and emotional all over the place. And that's typically not the first reaction of a trauma survivor. The first reaction is, suppression, emotional numbing, emotional constriction. How do I get through this? Women who are beaten, they get up the next morning, they get their kids dressed, they get them to school, they go to work, they do a presentation in their office, they go on with life. The most normal thing that a person does who's experienced trauma is to get up and try to be normal. They're striving for that all the time. So sometimes if you see somebody who is more emotionally constricted, looks maybe stoic, looks like they're not feeling, it doesn't mean that they're not having internal reactions. We say this in the field of clinical psychology all the time. The inside doesn't match the outside. What you're seeing on the outside may not match what's going on for the person inside, because they have to be so controlled, because the fear is that if I let out a little of this emotion, I'm not going to be able to put the floodgates back on. It's just going to be too overwhelming. And that's true for people who are involved in litigation, and also true for my private patients who are, even though they're coming to me for help, they try very, very cleverly to not want to feel the difficult emotions of the trauma that they experienced.
And is it also possible that they can look very friendly and smile and laugh and things like that?
Yeah,
Absolutely. Compound.
Sustain.
What, if any, please describe some of the ways that a victim can hide that, as you just testified to.
We call that the appearance of normalcy, the appearance of competency, right? And it doesn't mean that they're not. It doesn't mean that they're not normal and that they're not competent, but it doesn't give you a bird's eye into their inner experience. And that's what we do in the rooms of therapy, where we really help people deal with that they keep to themselves. But yes, someone can be smiling and happy. It doesn't mean that they're not suffering inside.
Is there a single profile that fits all women in domestic violence situations?
No.
Is there a single profile of a man who perpetrates intimate partner violence?
No.
Your Honor, I'm at a point of moving to a new topic area. I don't know what Your Honor wants to do, because I know we switched the lunch around. I'm perfectly happy to keep going, but if this was a good stopping point, we could make that for the break.
All right, let's go ahead and take our afternoon break for 15 minutes, okay? Just do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research, okay? It's a little early. All right, and Dr. Hughes, since you are testifying, please do not discuss your testimony, including the attorneys at this point, okay?
Yes.
All right, we'll come back at 3:15 then, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Did we go on break? Yeah. Did we go on break? I'm guessing we went on break. $15. Was she getting cross-examined yet, or? So 5 minutes. So we got, what, 10 minutes, I'm guessing. Okay, well, guess I'll find something to do for 10 minutes. 'Cause I already went to the bathroom. Oh, we're still on her attorney. Okay, BRB. Amber stormed out of the courtroom? What? Girl, let me rewind, honey. Oh my God, the bailiff tackled her. Jesus. Oh my God, there's breaking news on CNN. Girl, she's in a white. What? She's in a white Bronco. The new release of the 2022 Bronco. Amber Heard is driving down the LA Express in a white 2022 Bronco. Oh my God.
The devil is dancing tonight. The devil is dancing tonight. The devil is dancing tonight. The devil is dancing tonight.
Totally. I mean, Giselle Maxwell should have been public, in my opinion. Should never been private. Yeah, I think so too. Johnny seemed wanted it public. I'm doing well. Look up. How are you doing, honey? 3 days off? Lucky, lucky, honey. Right, looks like we're back. Looks like we're back.
All right. Are we ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
This is very perturbant. Girl, she's got to be a smoker fracture. She's just sucking back the cigs. I like how she does that thing with her tongue, and then I love, it's very ASMR how like the judge looks at the jury, and then she moves her head, scans, and then scans the next row, and then smiles as she does it. I really enjoy that. Girl, what if she has like a trial t-shirt business outside? Because in Trump's America, you'll have no lines. So she's out there hawking trial t-shirts while this is happening.
Psychological evaluation of Amber Heard. And please tell the jury what a forensic psychological evaluation is.
Could you turn it on at the bottom base?
Okay. A forensic psychological evaluation is an evaluation that is conducted for the courts to answer a particular legal question. It contains multiple parts. Ms. Heard is not a client of mine. She's never been in therapy with me. She's not under my clinical care. It is an objective evaluation to determine a particular legal question. Forensic evaluation follows a methodology that what we say it's a multi-method, multi-hypothesis driven methodology, which means I look at a variety of different documents and data using multiple hypotheses. It's not just one hypothesis, one theory of the case. You're going in looking to see, what possibly could be going on here. And then you use the data to arrive at that opinion. You look for consistency across the data to arrive at that opinion. And the forensic psychological evaluation has many parts. It has the clinical interview part, a structured or semi-structured clinical interview where I'm asking Ms. Heard lots of things about her life, both before Mr. Depp and after. It involves a psychological testing component of the evaluation, which allows me to do a good broad scan of different symptomatologies that people might have in their lives, as well as to have indicators of how she approached the test. Is she defensive? Is she malingering? Is she feigning? Is she exaggerating? It gives me indications about how she approached the evaluation. I review a number of documents, medical records, psychological records, the text, the audio, all the different things that we've had in this case, and then I conduct collateral interviews.
So, Dr. Hughes, just to be clear, do you assume everything the victim reports is true when you conduct these examinations?
No, of course not. I always approach a forensic evaluation with a healthy dose of skepticism. With any forensic evaluation, there exists a motivation that the individual may be telling you something that is not accurate. It doesn't mean that that's there, but you have to control for that and know that you're looking for, again, what does the data tell you, the external data, about what the person is also telling you.
Did the forensic evaluation follow a standard methodology, or was it specific to Ms. Heard?
No, this is my standard methodology that I would use with any individual who's in a forensic matter, and I would just call to evaluate them.
When did you meet with Amber Heard?
Okay, so I met with Ms. Heard for a total of about 29 hours. I met with her for the first time in September 2019. I saw her for 4 visits in live in my New York City office. That's about 21, 22 hours. And then I saw her twice over Zoom. One was in January 2021. And
New approach? Okay.
What the hell was that, a mouse? It's like a squeaking sound. Oh my God, she barked. Who objected, him or her?
Dr. Curry, in answering that question, were you consulting anything?
Dr. Hughes.
Dr. Hughes, I'm so sorry. Dr. Hughes, were you consulting anything? Dr. Curry's here, I guess, as well. That's what confused myself. Right there.
I'm consulting my cheat sheet of the dates that I saw Ms. Heard so that I could accurately report to the court. I also have my final designation in front of me so that I could give the most accurate information to what I put in that report.
Okay, okay. And do you want to see that? Okay. Should we just take the break now and have him look at it, or does he want to?
Would you like to look at it now or before cross-examination?
It's just to post it.
Okay, before cross-examination.
Okay,
All right,
that's
that's
fine.
fine. Thank you.
Okay. Please continue. I think you were telling us when
She
you saw
had
Ms.
notes that were not
Sure.
submitted to the court. I'm
So there were
guessing, is
4
that a
dates,
no-no?
in person in New York City.
Guessing
for
that's a
total of
no-no?
about 21 and a half hours. And then I saw her in January 18th, 2021.
Because the note-
over Zoom for
the
3
note could have been
hours, and
given
then
by the
December
lawyer.
27th, 2021, for 4 hours over Zoom.
Right?
And
I
what
don't know.
did the evaluation consist of?
So as I stated, the evaluation consisted of psychological testing, a semi-structured clinical interview with Ms. Heard, a review of a whole host of documents relative to this case and medical records and psychological records, and then 3 collateral interviews, 2 with her treating therapist, Dr. Bonnie Jacobs, Dr. Connell Cohen, and also with her mom.
And in the semi-structured clinical interview, what were you assessing?
Well, when someone comes in for the evaluation,
I love
you
her
sometimes
nails,
don't know
though.
what you're going to see or what you're going to get. So you absolutely
Yeah,
have to
this
do
is
a
their own
full
psych
clinical
eval.
review and have a sense of their life patterns.
This
things
is just
that
a
have
woman
affected
she's
them in their
calling for her
lives,
witness,
you
but
know,
they
where
had
they have
the-
worked, where
Johnny
they have lived. Just
got
get
a
full
psych
sense of
eval
their,
on her
their sort of being before
during
the
the
incident for
the
which they're
court
talking
case.
about. Then I do a full intimate partner violence assessment, looking at all those characteristics that I talked to you about earlier to get a sense of the full structure of and the dynamic of this relationship. I also did looking at what were the effects, what were the psychological consequences of being in that relationship. And I also looked at the psychological consequences of some of the statements that were made by Mr. Depp through his attorney that are part of this, the counterclaim in this lawsuit.
At the end of that process, considering all the data, did you arrive at any expert opinions?
Yes, I did.
All right, I would like to start with your main expert opinions and then go
Yeah, I don't
through
think
those.
Amber's
Can
going
you
to be
please tell the
testifying
jury
today.
what
I think
your
she'll start
main
fresh
opinions
tomorrow.
So like I said, there are opinions embedded within them, but the main opinion is that Ms. Heard's report of intimate partner violence and the records that I reviewed is consistent with what we know in the field about intimate partner violence, characterized by physical violence, psychological aggression, sexual violence, coercive control, and surveillance behaviors.
And what was the other main opinion that you had?
The second main opinion was that that Ms. Heard demonstrated very clear psychological and traumatic effects or the exacerbation of trauma from those statements that Mr. Depp made through his attorney. There were 3 statements that we evaluated to see how they affected her emotionally and psychologically, and it was my determination that they did.
Okay.
And did you arrive at any diagnostic conclusions?
Yes, I did.
And what were those?
I diagnosed Ms. Heard with post-traumatic stress disorder.
And what, if any, etiology was associated with the post-traumatic stress disorder?
So the etiology is the cause. In order to have a
Totally
to meet
fractured,
criteria
same.
for post-traumatic stress disorder, you have to have an actual cause. It's one of the few diagnostic entities that we have to have a cause for, and the cause was the intimate partner violence by Mr. Depp. That was what was pushing the symptoms. That was what's related to the intrusive phenomena. That was related to her avoidance. That was related to her differences in her mood. That was related to her avoidance efforts. So it was the cause was the intimate partner violence by Mr. Depp.
Now, let's first go back to the forensic evaluation. You mentioned you reviewed documents. What documents did you review?
So I'm going to refer to my list of documents so that I can be clear for you all. It is a 4-page.
All right, if you want to approach.
Apparently, Miss B. Apparently. Oh my God, was that a beer? It looked like one of those beer cans with a screw lid. Oh no, it'll get called, honey. Lou too, it'll get called down. Well, there's a Mr. Lou, there's a Lou 4 and a Lou 8 and a Luann. Oh, okay. Whoa, oh, hey, honey. All right, Mr. Lou.
Dr. Curry, if you, I mean, Dr. Hughes, I don't know why I keep
Oy.
doing that. My apologies. Dr. Hughes, I think it's the confusion of having her in the courtroom.
Oh.
Dr. Hughes, if you need to consult your notes to answer something, let us know that you need to consult your notes. Otherwise, try to answer to the best of your ability. And then if you need to do that, just let us know you're consulting your notes, okay? The concern is that you not read from them, that you consult them as you need to, okay?
Correct. I just don't want this to be a memory test of having conducted many documents.
That's what this is.
12 psychological testings to.
You can reference your notes, just don't read from them, okay?
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, great. So please tell us what documents you reviewed. Please tell the jury.
Okay, so I reviewed a number of documents, a plethora of documents, most, and I obviously won't read them all, but I reviewed certainly all of Ms. Heard's testimony that she gave in her deposition testimony.
I mean, she could have studied crammed like the other doctor. The other doctor studied and crammed her notes
I did the
beforehand.
same thing for Mr. Depp. I reviewed his deposition testimony as well as his trial testimony in the UK as well.
Girl, they're going to take
I
her notes
reviewed,
way in there. They're all on
a
her
number
hand.
of the depositions that were put forth.
I mean,
in this
literally,
case. I
they're
reviewed
calling
the
this woman,
psychological treatment
and they didn't
notes
have her prep?
for Dr. Bonnie Jacobs, Dr. Connell Cohen, Dr. Laurel Anderson, and Dr. Amy Banks, although she did not have treatment records. So I reviewed not only their records, did collateral interviews with some of them, and also read their deposition testimony, and also
She's
read,
looking
other
down. She
medical
didn't say she
records
was
in this
looking at her
case,
notes.
nursing notes in this case, in the highlights. And I also listened to the audios that were put forth in this case and read the text messages and emails.
And what, if anything, did you do with respect to any videos?
And I also saw the video in the kitchen, yes.
Okay. Now, the collateral interviews that you conducted, why did you conduct those?
Well, collateral interviews is a standard part of a forensic evaluation. It's an opportunity to hear from another treating clinician, the person who's actually treating the individual you're evaluating, and get a better sense from that person of what they saw, what they knew, how they experienced.
How they
this person.
smelled.
Sometimes our clinical notes don't give the full breadth of what really was going on in that therapy, because the notes are meant to be sort of short and to the point of what happened, who was there, and what was the plan. So it was really helpful to talk to these two clinicians who really were with Ms. Heard throughout the duration of her relationship with Mr. Depp. So they give us sort of a contemporaneous look at what was going on for her emotionally, and then what was she reporting, what was she saying.
Oh my
about
God,
the
that bang.
relationship, to her therapist.
And you mentioned the name Dr. Bonnie Jacobs. Please tell the jury who Dr. Bonnie Jacobs is.
So Dr. Bonnie Jacobs was Ms. Heard's therapist, and
Johnny Barney
my
Jacobs,
recollection of her
Pinkerheimer
notes,
Smith. She's looking at notes.
She's allowed to
for the
consult
dates,
her notes.
if you'd like me to tell the dates.
If she's asking me a question,
Yeah,
I'm not going to answer.
you're right, Your Honor. Yes.
May I?
Yes, you may consult your notes, yes.
Objection, Your Honor. Can we be heard?
She said anytime she consulted the notes, she had to state it. This is insane. They could have wrote all this down. He's laughing. This is a hot mess. This is their first witness, and she doesn't even know anything? I guess he doesn't want us reading his lips. Girl, this case is a hot mess. Look at Amber Heard over there. This is a hot mess. I kind of feel bad for Amber. What has she created, honey? I mean, this is a mess.
Go ahead.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, they must have won.
So she treated with Dr. Bonnie Jacobs, who is a psychologist, from October 2011 through August 2014. She actually was seeing Dr. Jacobs somewhat earlier, before she got in the relationship with Mr. Depp. And then she transferred care to Dr. Connell Cohen, who was referred by Dr. Kipper, who was the treating physician for Mr. Depp, and then
A terrible
later
witness,
for
a
Ms.
horrible
Heard.
expert.
And she treated with Dr. Cohen. From,
How do we expect to know
after
what
left
she
Dr.
really
Bonnie Jacobs
believes? She can't
in
even
September
remember stuff.
2014 to June 7th, 2016.
I mean, I feel bad for her. She's shaking, but still.
And so you, and.
Girl, you
I guess
should have
got ahead of me there,
studied.
So you also talked to Dr. Connell Cohen, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you also spoke with Paige Heard, did you say?
That's correct.
And who is Paige Heard?
Paige Heard is Amber Heard's mother.
And when did you speak with Paige Heard?
I spoke with all of these individuals at the end of 2019. Again, I can check my notes and let you know the exact date if you'd like.
I think the end of 19.
Yeah, they all were
2019
in
is
the
fine.
end of 19, yes.
All right. And you are you aware that Paige Heard has since died? She died 2 years ago?
Yes, I am aware, sadly.
Okay. Now,
Oh.
let's talk about the psychological testing. You stated that you conducted psychological testing, is that correct?
That is correct.
Can you,
Overruled all of.
can you please tell the jury how many psychological assessments you administered to Amber Heard?
I administered 12.
Can you please tell the jury which ones you administered?
So I am going
Totally,
to refer to
Leo.
my designation that has the list so that I don't forget anything.
Okay.
So I administered.
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
She can refresh her recollection.
As long as she's not reading it.
Right, you just can't read, that. You're not supposed to read from it, but you can refresh your recollection as you're speaking.
So I can look and just look up, and that's refreshing my recollection? Okay.
All right, if we could approach for a moment.
Look, this is a hot mess. This is a hot mess. This is a hot mess. Girl, this is a mess. Y'all. This is a mess. Girl, I didn't know my camera wasn't on. This is a mess, honey. I didn't know Amber Heard had a surrogate daughter. Girl, she really did everything she could to get sympathy, didn't she? I hope we arrived at the point in which it is normalized. Is she talking to the jurors? Oh no, she's talking to the lawyer.
Dr. Hughes, can you tell the jury the tests that you administered, please?
Yes, I can. I administered the personality assessment inventory, which is a broadband instrument to scan for psychopathology and psychological symptoms that people have. I administered the trauma symptom inventory too, which is an instrument to scan for common traumatic effects that people have. I administered the Miller Forensic Assessment of Symptoms test, which is a measure of malingering. I administered the post-traumatic stress disorder checklist for the 5th edition for the DSM-5. I administered the clinician-administered PTSD scale for DSM-5. I administered the Beck Depression Inventory, the Beck Anxiety Inventory, the Mood Disorders Questionnaire, the danger, I did 3 intimate partner violence measures, the Conflict Tactic Scale, the Abusive Behavior Observation Checklist, and the Danger Assessment Scale. And then I also did the Life Events Checklist, which scans and gets us to ask about a lot of traumatic events that an individual may have experienced, and we administer that typically before either doing the PCL or doing the CAPS.
Thank you. Were there any tests you administered to Amber Heard that were designed to reveal malingering or feigning?
Yes, there were.
Okay. Okay, can you please tell the jury about those?
So malingering is the false production of psychological symptomatology for the purpose of some external material gain. Feigning is the false production of psychological symptomatology with no identification of what that gain may be.
They're
so
smoking
basically feigning is
tard.
saying your mental health is worse than it actually is. So I administered 3 of the tests, had validity indices built in that could allow us to address that question. The MFAS, the Miller Assessment, a Forensic Assessment of Symptoms test, is a specific malingering instrument. It looks at malingering psychopathology. Is this someone, malingering psychopathology? She scored a 0 on that scale. So on that test, sorry, not the scale, that test. So on that test, there was no evidence of malingering. On the TSI, there are 2 validity indices, and she scored within the normal range on those scores as well. One was slightly elevated, but when in testing the limits, because it has rare symptoms and over-endorsed symptoms, I determined that also was a valid measure. And then finally, the PAI, the large scale, 344 question instrument, has very robust validity scales on it to test for exaggeration or feigning or malingering, and she did not score in any of those scores and those scales at all. Those were not elevated. So the combined results between those 3 tests suggest to me that Ms. Heard is not malingering her psychological symptomatology.
Now, Dr. Curry testified that one test showed, quote, intentional exaggeration in the 98th percentile, meaning that she engaged in extreme levels of exaggeration, end of quote. Do you agree with that?
I do not.
Why?
Because that test, the scale that she is referring to it's called ATR, it's the atypical response scale. As I said, that combines rare symptoms and over-endorsed symptoms. It's very frequently elevated in people who have high levels of distress. And then importantly, on this test specifically, it says, do not use the percentile rank. It is in the manual, it is in italices, because the way that this test was normed, it was normed on people who have trauma. So it's what we call negatively skewed. That means it falls on the tail end of the continuum. It is not a normal curve where we would normally think of how a percentile would work. So you would not use the percentile rank on this test.
You want to approach?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Dr. Hughes, please continue.
So that is a very inaccurate way to describe that scale and that test. And so the ATR scale on this test is probably the least robust of our validity scales, so you would never make a comment like that based on one scale if you don't have consistency across data. And when you look at the consistency across the testing with the PAI, the TSI, and the MFAS, and there's research to support that when they go together, you have a higher degree of likelihood that this is not feigned PTSD, that this is not feigned symptomatology. And then actually, if I look at the validity scores on the MMPI-2 that Dr. Curry administered, those scales are not elevated for exaggeration or malingering either. So if I add that, now I have really robust data that Ms. Heard is not malingering or feigning her psychological symptomatology.
Thank you. Did you administer any tests that are specific to domestic violence?
Yes, I did.
Which ones?
So that was the conflict tactics scale, the abusive behavior observation checklist, and the danger assessment scale.
And what did they show?
Would like to refer to the testing.
To refresh
my recollection, just a glance so
Yes,
I
you
can
may
be
do that.
clear with the jury.
Jesus. She can't even say at the top of her head. You knew you were going to be in court today.
The overall gist of the testing was that And the benefit of these tests is that they allow me to ask for what Mr. Depp did to Ms. Heard, and then also what Ms. Heard did to Mr. Depp. So it was asking about both sets of behavior. And what
Objection, Your Honor. We're back to reading.
She wasn't even looking down. She was looking at the jury.
I don't, go ahead.
Please continue.
So what these tests show was that there was a high degree of serious violence perpetrated by Mr. Depp toward Ms. Heard. There was violence more on the
Girl, they're
level
gonna tear her
perpetrated by
up,
Ms. Heard
honey.
toward Mr. Depp, with one severe indicator, which was the punching that she indicated to me. There were scales about negotiation, about how much this couple tries to figure out their problems. They both scored, again, this is Ms. Heard reporting that, but they both scored in the high range where they're both saying that, yes, we're trying to figure this out, we're trying to work out this relationship. There were scores on the psychological aggression scale where Mr. Depp engaged in more severe acts of psychological aggression, whereas Ms. Heard did engage in also some mild and severe acts of psychological aggression. The amount of injury that was reported was significantly higher and more severe by Ms. Heard, what she was subjected to, and then she was subjected to sexual violence where Mr. Depp, based on her report, was subjected to none. And then on the danger assessment scale, that there were a number of factors that were related to severity in violent relationships and a risk factor. When we look, as I said earlier, when behaviors come up on this scale, they're very worrisome, very scary, and we have to take them seriously. So there were a number of behaviors that came up on this scale, such as Mr. Depp threatens to kill her, the increase in severity of the abuse, the forced sexual activity, the choking behavior, his obsessive jealousy.
Objection, foundation.
She's talking about the test results.
Overruled, go ahead.
Please continue.
The obsessive jealousy, the control aspect, and his threatening of suicide to kill himself. So those were risk factors that placed her in the increased danger range. And this is a range that, says that we certainly have to advise women of their risk and consult with law enforcement if they're involved, or judges if they're involved, because this means that a woman is at risk for more serious or lethal domestic violence.
So did the results of the psychological tests you administered to Amber Heard support a diagnosis of PTSD?
Objection, leading.
What, if any, psychological tests did you administer that supported a diagnosis of PTSD for Amber Heard?
Sure. So there were 4 tests that supported that diagnosis. One was the PAI, which was that 344 question large scale personality inventory. On that test, her largest subscale, her highest subscale, was the one that measures traumatic stress. So that was clinically significant. On the TSI, 2 of her scales were the intrusive experiences dimension and the defensive avoidance dimension, 2 of the classic scales of trauma and PTSD. On the PCL, which is the post-traumatic stress disorder checklist 5, that she scored in all 4 domains of PTSD, and that's an instrument that says how much are you bothered by these symptoms, and in all 4 clusters, which would be the intrusive experiencing, when things about the abuse or the trauma enter your mind when you did not want them to. Sometimes they're cued, sometimes they're uncued. She answered in the avoidance category, which is a second category of PTSD, that I do things to try not to think about this, to try not to feel this, to try not to get upset. Sometimes I avoid certain people because they become a trigger for me. She scored in what we call the negative alterations in cognition and mood, changes in her thoughts and feelings as a result of the abuse and trauma, and also in the physiological hyperactivity, the hyperarousal, the hypervigilance, the startle response. So on the PCL, she endorsed symptoms in all 4 of those categories, saying, you know, some of these symptoms are bothering me a lot. And then finally, the clinician-administered PTSD scale for the DSM-5. And what that allows me to do, unlike the PCL, is really look at symptom severity and symptom frequency. How is this really playing out for this individual? And similarly, she scored in all 4 categories of trauma and of having intrusive experiences and nightmares and avoidance efforts and physiological hyperactivity and changes in her mood and her thoughts. And her total score was a 28, which falls in the moderate range. So that means that she has experiencing a moderate degree of post-traumatic stress disorder symptomatology. And those tests allow me to make that definitive diagnosis that she suffers from PTSD.
Thank you. What, if any, consideration did you give to Amber Heard's history of childhood abuse in making your diagnosis?
I mean, that was a significant consideration, given that we know that childhood, well, first of all, we know that people can experience multiple traumas across the lifespan. And we wanted to make sure that the symptoms that she was experiencing were related to what she experienced with Mr. Depp and not her childhood. And certainly, you know, earlier on in the evaluation and when I evaluated and spoke with her, that was true. And that was also true on the latest measure, the clinician-administered PTSD scale for DSM-5, the CAPS-5. And that's because the content, you have to look at what is the content of the symptom. So it's not that someone says, oh yeah, something traumatic comes into my mind. No, what is it? What comes into your mind? What bothers you? What are the triggers? And those were all specific to Ms. Heard's relationship with Mr. Depp. The reason the childhood is also significant is that we know that if somebody suffers childhood abuse as a child, they are much more likely to have an adult re-victimization. And they're much more likely then to be more vulnerable to obtaining a PTSD, to getting PTSD, if they've had that prior vulnerability. So it's a very strong vulnerability characteristic to obtaining PTSD.
Well, we still have an hour to go.
Subsequent trauma.
So Amber will probably be tomorrow morning, Wednesday.
That she was raised in a family of violence.
There's no way
She was
cross-exam is going to take
abused by her father.
an hour
She
and a
saw
whole
her
day.
father abuse her mother. Her father was very explosive and had violent outbursts. And both her parents also struggled with substance abuse very significantly. So she had learned from a very early age how to caretake, how to live in a situation that is mired in chaos. How do I take care of a parent who's passed out, nodded out from heroin? And how do I get up and get my sister to school? She learned at a very early age that she had to figure out how to do this in this scenario. And I would say lastly,
Well,
what that
one of the
environment
news
taught her
stations said
was that
it was going to be this
she
lady,
learned
then
that she
Amber
could love
Heard.
someone who hurts her. She knew that people who hurt her also can love her. And she learned how to have this tolerance for cognitive inconsistency, this tolerance for two should be diametrically opposed emotions. But she grew up knowing or believing perhaps that this could happen. And she also believed that she could fix him, just like she tried to fix her father, and just like she tried to fix her mother. She truly, truly believed that she could fix Mr. Depp and rid him of his substance abuse problems. But that did not work.
Did you review Dr. Curry's CAPS-5 that she administered to Amber Heard?
Yes, I did.
And what, if any, agreement did you have with Dr. Curry's interpretation of the CAPS-5?
I didn't agree with her interpretation, having been a trauma psychologist for over 25 years and administered hundreds of these. I found that there were flaws in how she chose to administer it, and then some of the coding. Ms. Heard on that CAPS.
Girl, I trust her more than I trust you,
Dr.
honey.
Curry certainly reported trauma-based symptomatology related to the abuse by Mr. Depp, but somehow that was not coded as such.
And did you review Dr. Curry's MMPI, too, that she administered on Amber Heard?
Yes, I did.
And do you agree with her interpretations on that test?
No, I do not.
Why not?
Because this profile is a normal profile. There are no clinical scores elevated above 65, which is 1.5 standard deviations of the mean, which is what we use to determine clinical significance. And if none of those scales are elevated, it becomes very difficult for us to make assumptions about a person's psychology and their functioning. Now remember, the psychological testing generates hypotheses about a person that we then, using our clinical judgment, have to make a decision about. We have to make an assessment about it. And if none of those scales are elevated, it just doesn't give us rich information to make those determinations. The one scale which is accurate that was elevated was one that measures defensive responding, sort of a protective responding, an unwillingness to admit minor faults. That was elevated, and that was true. But the result of that is you have a defensive profile. You have somebody who's not giving you a lot of information. So the scales are all low. So there's no way you can take that MMPI and then say it meets, it's consistent with borderline personality disorder. You just don't have the symptom expression on it in order to do that.
And that's my next question here. What, if any, diagnoses did you make of personality disorders for Amber Heard based on your testing?
I did not make a personality disorder of Ms. Heard.
Why not?
For a number of reasons. Number one, a personality disorder requires a pervasive pattern in a variety of contexts. Two key words, pervasive pattern, variety of contexts. That means if her emotional instability, her affect dysregulation, or her fear of abandonment is only occurring in the relationship with Mr. Depp, and we don't have evidence of it before, and
But we
don't
do.
have evidence of it after, it is not
With her last wife.
Want to approach?
Girl, bottoms up to that vodka. It's supposed to prove. It's supposed to prove that chicken is the best meat that there ever was. What's a Thuma bed? I ain't never heard of no Thuma bed before. Thuma bed. What is that? What is a Thuma? Thuma bed. Hello, Swamp Hunky. Okay, a Thuma bed can be like a couch that's also, it's a bed that has a couch built into it, a love seat, a whole different things. Interesting. Girl, is she praying? Oh, she's praying. I cannot believe she had a baby last year. She looks worried. Yes. Oh, yes, yes, yes. My table. Yeah. She on her phone? What the heck? They rocking out? Rock out. It's what we do. Yeah.
Rock. 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 Rock.
What's it feel like when a baby dances on your hand?
What, if anything, did Dr. Cowan say to you about any type of diagnoses of personality disorders?
Dr. Cohen did not diagnose Ms. Heard with any personality disorder.
And what, if anything, did Dr. Bonnie Jacobs say about diagnosing Amber Heard with any personality disorders?
And Dr. Jacobs similarly did not diagnose Ms. Heard with any personality disorder.
Thank you. Now, let's turn back to intimate partner violence. What types of physical violence were reported to you?
So there were a number of physically violent behaviors that were reported, that Ms. Heard reported that Mr. Depp perpetrated. He pushed her, he shoved her, he slapped her with the front of his hand and the back of his hand. He choked her, he slammed her into the wall, he pushed her and she fell down. He kicked her in the back. Again, without looking at my notes, that's the...
And she has not one photo of this? Not one?
She reported mostly bruising, pain, some cuts. She reported vaginal pain from some of the sexual assaults. She reported that she did have some scratches and cuts on her from broken glass. She reported that she believed she may have lost consciousness 2 times, once in the Australia incident and once in the December 15th, 2015 incident.
Girl, not one photo of her getting kicked in the back. Not no video. Setting up video camera.
Sustained.
What, if any, coercive control was reported to you?
So the course of control that was determined in this relationship I found to be quite significant. There were many
Could you imagine if Drew Barrymore would have done the dancing baby skit? Girl, she'd be gone, honey. Show would have been canceled. She got in trouble yesterday just talking about this.
He didn't want her to act with certain actors because of this obsessive jealousy. He criticized her ambition. He'd rather she not work. He called, the ambition as something as a negative thing. It made her very fearful to have to look at scripts or talk about scripts or talk about movie
He
roles,
got her the biggest role she ever
consistently put
had,
those
Aquaman.
down and told her she didn't need to work and she didn't need to do that and she didn't need to show her tits and ass. He didn't necessarily support her work. The way this manifested as well is that he called almost every actor that she had to work with. Males and females. So no matter what show she was filming or shooting, he would call the leading actor. He would call the director. He would tell you, I got eyes down there. I got eyes down on the set. So she never felt safe to be herself and be an actress in these films or productions because she'd have to come home and then endure his anger at her for doing something or for not doing something.
This is insane.
When she was filming and he was in the same town, she feared that he would show up on the set and, to know what her call sheet, what she was filming that day. She, even told her assistant.
Then why every time she left him, she kept flying back to him? Every time he got her to leave, she would come back.
Trepidatious for her and very anxiety provoking that he.
It sounds like she's taking what she did to him and turning it around on him.
When she was going out with him, things were fine, but he told her often, no woman like mine is going to dress like a whore, and didn't want her to wear revealing clothing, or revealing clothing according to him. She recalled an incident when she was going on a job audition, and he said,
woman like
you're going to go
mine.
out with those tits and ass? And she had to sort of go in and put on what she said mom jeans so that she didn't look sexy, so she didn't look revealing. and continued to try to plead with him about what jobs she could take and she could not take.
This is insane.
This made her be very sort of restrictive and try to conceal things. She would hide her scripts because she couldn't read them in front of him because he would put them down or want to see where there might be nudity, where there might be something where she's doing a love scene. And then almost every person that she was in a film with, there would be those barrages of the consistent accusations of infidelity. And we saw that on the Australia pictures, the Billy Bob. He was one person that he continued, to berate her about having an affair with. That's what obsessive control looks like, those messages on the mirror. When you look at how he wanted her to there was some interference with the family, with her sister. When some things were leaked, he was obsessed, believing that it was Whitney who did it.
So rehearsed, honey.
Eventually, Miss Heard had to succumb.
She literally wrote, she's got her notes in front of her, honey.
From her sister because she just couldn't take the fights anymore. She just couldn't take the constant barrage of criticism. So there were many instances when, in terms of their interactions, she would have to text him right back, but when she would text him, he could not answer for days. And it's this sort of, when we talk about, the ghosting, but your husband doesn't ghost you. Your partner doesn't ghost you. And there were so many times of this.
Well, I mean, they do when they pass out.
Which was on his terms and when he wanted to do it. I'm aware that there is, testimony in this case that, Mr. Depp decided to leave because he didn't want to be violent. And I do think that's true sometimes. I think he did leave in times where he didn't want an altercation. He did leave after an altercation. He did leave and then came back and continued the altercation. So leaving wasn't the defining variable. The problem was that, with this obsessiveness and this perseveration that he had.
Oh, lightsabers are back in Fortnite, y'all.
So leaving might end
I know
the
y'all are
argument
dying
for
to
that
know
moment.
that.
But Miss Heard knew he was always going to come back and he was going to, start the interrogation once again.
And what is the effect of the coercive control on Amber Heard?
I mean, the effect was drastic. She talked to me that her roles consistently dropped over the time that she was in the relationship with Mr. Depp, just because it was so difficult to go on auditions, to want to be in a different location with him. Whenever she was not on location with him, it was very stressful. It was very anxiety-provoking.
No, not yet,
because
Swamp.
of the
I haven't
accusations
played
of
yet.
infidelity. We heard that through Isaac Baruch's testimony when she called and was saying, "Babe, there's no one here. There's no one here." That was something that she had to do repeatedly and constantly over the course of the relationship. So it caused a significant amount of anxiety, of distress, of having to try to conceal and maneuver around him to try to have the career that she wanted to have. It made her hypervigilant and definitely contributed to sort of her psychological symptomatology getting worse over time.
What about sexual violence?
So there was a number of incidents of sexual violence reported in this relationship. Those are documented early on in Dr. Bonnie Jacobs' notes, where when Mr. Depp was drunk or high, he threw her on the bed, ripped off her nightgown, and tried to have sex with her. There were times when he forced her to give him oral sex when he was angry. These weren't in loving moments. These were angry moments, moments of dominance, moments of him trying to get control over her. There was a time when they were in Hicksville in the trailer, I don't want to say trailer park, but I guess it's trailer park. It is a trailer park. Where he was accusing her of a woman hitting on Amber. And
Amber's
the problem. Amber
witness
got accused of women hitting on her and it got accused of men hitting on her. So there were so many targets that came through in his obsessive jealousy. But when he, on that incident when Kelly Sue was accused of hitting on Miss Heard and they went back into the trailer, Mr. Depp performed a cavity search and ostensibly was looking for drugs and felt it acceptable to rip off her nightgown and stick his fingers up her vagina to look for cocaine.
What?
That maybe she was hiding them there. And again, these incidents often happened in a drug-fueled rage.
What?
There was another incident in the Bahamas where
Why
when
would
he
she
got
need to put
angry,
it there?
He took his fingers and he put them in her vagina and moved her around violently in the closet. Again, an act of sexual violence. And of course, the incident in Australia was one of the most severe instances of sexual violence that Miss Heard had to endure, in which when he was beating her and choking her and telling her, I'm going to fucking kill you, I hate you, I'm going to fucking kill you, and he grabbed a bottle that was on the bar and penetrated her with that bottle. And Miss Heard reported to me of dissociating and going outside of her body, and the only thing she was thinking is, oh God, I hope it's not the broken one.
What, if any, psychological abuse did you find?
There was a number of psychologically abusive behaviors. As I stated, Miss Heard admitted to me and reported that she engaged in those behaviors as well. She reported that she did call him names and offensive comments and said things to him that were horrible, and that she was incredibly saddened and horrified by her behavior. And looking back, she, at this point, not being in the constant barrage of abuse, does not recognize her. The abuse by Mr. Depp, he called her a number of names, frequently whore, slut, cunt, lesbian camp counselor, easy, ambition. Ambition was a weaponized term in that relationship. So he called her a lot of names and humiliated her. And of course, I think we talked about the intimidation tactics that, Mr. Depp was often banging and throwing and hitting things in the household, which sort of got the tension to rise up very significantly, very quickly.
You camp counselor.
Can you tell me how you conducted your analysis to arrive at these conclusions?
Sure. So what I did was look at the incidents that were reported and look at the corroborating data around it. So as we stated, most of these incidents of intimate partner violence happen behind closed doors. Not everyone is going to witness what the parties are reporting behind closed doors. So you look at what is the data that surrounds it. Is there any data before it? Is there any data after it? Is the victims telling somebody in real time about what's happening? Are there therapy notes? Are there pictures? Are there text messages that sort of allow us to fill in the pieces of the picture, even though we don't have exactly what happened?
Why didn't
at
Amber
that
give her
moment?
texts
The more
over?
collateral that we have and the consistency across those data points, it gives us greater confidence in our results.
Can you give us some examples?
Sure. So
Vague.
Overruled. I'll allow.
So, for example, the Boston plane incident, I believe, without looking, I know May 24th, 2014. This is the incident where Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp were going to fly back to LA and spend the weekend together. They were shooting at different sites. Ms. Heard is on the plane waiting for Mr. Depp.
I thought she didn't get to do movies.
Come on in the tarmac. He's reportedly sitting in the SUV, smoking and drinking, smoking weed and drinking. She is filming with James Franco at this point, and she gets on the plane and he starts talking about James Franco, making a lot of derogatory comments about her, and I hope you had fun with your escapades, and some more inflammatory language. And then in an argument, when she got up to leave, he kicked her in the back and she went forward on the plane. To the front of the plane, because he sat in the back of the plane. So if I look at what is the corresponding data to this, there's a therapy note, several notes in Bonnie Jacobs' records that talk about Mr. Depp's increasing use of alcohol and his obsessive jealousy around James Franco before this Boston plane incident.
Well, James Franco is
After the
very hot,
incident,
though, isn't he?
Ms. Heard told her friend Io. She told her friend Savannah. She told her friend Rocky. Ms. Heard did not go home. She was afraid to go home. So she went to a hotel, because when Johnny was in these states, he would often show up because he's still in that drinking and drugging phase. And he talked about that. That was the roxycodone before he detoxed. He was still in that, high substance abuse phase, that he would often show up at night, and that did not feel safe. There was a text from Stephen Duders, Mr. Depp's assistant.
All right, you want to approach?
I don't know. I feel like Johnny's like smiling and laughing too much. Like, this is serious. You know what I mean? I don't think this will read well, honey. He's too cocky. Oh my God, probably so, Sherry G. She reads all of her notes when they are talking to the judge. Girl, why does it look like the girl attorney is a fish and that's a fish tail? Look at it. It really does. It looks like a fish tail. What the hell? Girl, she's got a notebook. Girl, I don't know what's happening. Girl, they're pulling out the courtroom Bible. Okay, I'm getting a refill since they're still doing this. I need a soda.
All right, so, Dr. Hughes, let's go past that text and talk about go past that text and continue after that text.
Sure. So there was, Mr. Depp apologized to Ms. Heard for that incident. Mr. Depp said in his UK testimony, well, I only maybe playfully tapped her on the back with my foot. Mr. Depp texted Paul Bettany and talked about how he was so drunk and out of control and engaged in bad behavior. He texted his friend Patty Smith a very similar type of text about how drunk and out of control he was. And then finally, Amber Heard wrote an email talking about how distressed and heartbroken she was.
Objection, hearsay.
I mean, I don't agree.
I know. Sustained. I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
All right. Can you give another example?
I think those are all I can remember at this point.
Okay. What if any, sorry, I'm going to have to go a little bit further here. So you concluded that Amber Heard used psychological abuse and some reactive physical violence, I think I heard you say. Is that correct?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Can you please explain to the jury what you meant by that?
Yes, that is correct. That, Amber Heard reported to me some of the behaviors that she used that were psychologically aggressive, the name calling, the putting him down and calling him very bad names and insulting his fatherhood. And she was very shamed and remorseful about that. She also indicated, using, and as some of the testing showed, minor forms of violence, pushing, shoving, throwing objects. We see that a lot with women when there's not proportional force. Women are more likely to throw objects. And then the more severe act of punching him, which a punch falls in the more severe category. And the context, as she explained it, was that he was coming after Whitney, and she stood, her sister, and she stood in the way and she punched him.
Now, does that make Amber Heard a perpetrator of intimate partner violence?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
So that was one of the tasks that I had to consider. That was one of the hypotheses that I had to consider. And given all of the other data, that was not my opinion.
Okay, thank you. Now, you stated that you read a number of therapy records. Please tell the jury, why are therapy records important?
Therapy records are critical.
No, we're not on a delay.
When we have the opportunity to go back in time,
that happens in almost every this style of court case, where there's two different court cases in one. That's a normal procedure.
So they become very critical.
Everybody tries to get the court case thrown out. They do that before the jury comes out.
Understand how people sort of treat in therapy and what to look for. So in looking back at Ms. Heard's therapy records, we see sort of real-time unfolding of this dynamic in this relationship. We see early on in her notes in her report with Bonnie Jacobs and in Dr. Bonnie Jacobs' notes, reports of constant concerns about Mr. Depp's substance abuse, constant concerns about him passing out and vomiting, constant concerns about not
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
She can characterize that and say she relied on that.
Overruled.
Thank you. Please continue.
Constant concerns about how do I get him into treatment? How do I get him help? Ms. Heard starts going to Al-Anon at this point, early 2012, in the beginning of the relationship, because she has to figure out and wants to figure out a way to support the man that she's dating right now and the man who she's falling
Al-Anon.
with.
Isn't that a Scientology thing?
Notes early on about his controlling behavior, about his jealousy behavior, about him not wanting to do certain jobs, of not wanting her to wear certain clothes. So this is going back to 2012. With no indication of why would she be saying that, but for the sole purpose of trying to get help and trying to get guidance in this relationship that she finds.
What's
so
crazy
difficult.
is
there are indications, as I
she
mentioned
raged.
before,
She was
of
the one
sexual
obsessed and
assault
controlling
the
because she was
sexual
mad he
abuse
took
and
his
how
boots
he would,
off and she was his boot
when he
taker
was
off
angry
her.
and when he was drunk, it was mostly drug and alcohol fueled rage when he would, throw her on the bed and try to have sex with her. And then, if he was not able to perform, he would get more angry at her and blame her. So we have this dynamic of blaming her for his inability to take responsibility for his behavior. Those themes were throughout Dr. Jacobs' notes.
Did Dr. Jacobs assign any diagnoses to Amber Heard?
She did. Early on, she diagnosed her with panic disorder, and then later with post-traumatic stress disorder.
All right. And did Dr. Jacobs diagnose Amber Heard with borderline personality disorder?
No, she did not.
Histrionic personality disorder?
No, she did not.
And is that important?
That's very important when we're trying to figure out the course of somebody's illness, the course of somebody's psychiatric difficulties. As I stated, well, I don't think I got to state, personality disorders usually start in adolescence early.
Objection.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. You also stated that you reviewed Dr. Connell Cowan's treatment notes, correct?
Correct.
And you also read his deposition testimony?
Correct.
And you had how long of a collateral interview with him?
I believe it was 2 hours.
Okay. And what did you get from all of that data?
So by the time that she gets to Dr. Connell Cowan, which is 2014, I believe, September 2014 is when Dr. Kipper comes on the scene. Ms. Heard's psychological functioning is significantly deteriorated. She's suffering more anxiety, more sleeplessness, more agitation, more emotional dysregulation, this fluctuation in moods. And when you sort of look at the records of what happened in those first 2 years from Dr. Jacobs, and now we have up to Dr. Connell Cowan, and we see all of the incidents that she was exposed to, including the sexual violence and the coercive control, it makes sense to me that her status, her psychological functioning has deteriorated. And in Dr. Connell Cowan's notes, that's what he's always trying to do. He's trying to help Mr. Depp, help her act in a way so that Mr. Depp does not hurt her. Dr. Connell Cowan was very concerned for Amber Heard's safety, as was Dr. Bonnie Jacobs. Dr. Jacobs was very concerned for her safety, and she continued to talk about safety aspects for Ms. Heard, as was Connell Cowan. They did, both of them, both therapists, understood, and Ms. Heard talked to them about it, that there were times that she fought back and she used violence, and times that she screamed and she said things that she didn't want to. But nevertheless, that did not change the balance for them either. And they were very concerned that because of Mr. Depp's significant substance abuse and his sort of poorly controlled anger, that at some point he was going to seriously hurt her.
Did Dr. Cowan provide Ms. Heard with a diagnosis of borderline personality disorder?
No, he did not.
Did he diagnose Amber Heard with histrionic personality disorder?
No, he did not.
Is that important?
It's important that you have an individual, Ms. Heard, who's in therapy for over 2 years with one therapist and over 2 years with another therapist, and you're not seeing those characteristics of a personality disorder. If the manifestation of a person's difficulties and illness and symptomatology is better explained by another disorder, then you don't qualify for the personality disorder. You can't get the diagnosis. I mean, that's part of the criteria. So if it's not a pervasive pattern in a variety of contexts, and it
if
can't
you're
be
rich
better
enough, you can
explained
get
by her
anything.
trauma experience and the exposure and the symptoms as a result of that trauma, then you don't get a personality disorder. And that's why they didn't diagnose it.
Thought she said Obama.
Did you read Dr. Amy Banks' deposition testimony?
Yes, I did.
And what were her findings?
So Dr. Banks had one session, one couple session with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard. Dr. Banks is very reputable. She works up at the Harvard Medical School Cambridge Victim of Violence Program, which is a very well-known program for understanding.
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
It's non-responsive to the question. The question was, what was the findings?
All right.
Tell the jury who Dr. Amy Banks is.
And just like I said, so she's somebody who has a wealth of experience in understanding intimate partner violence and the dynamics of violent relationships. But she only had one session with the couple, and it was her determination when they were both there and the violence was talked about that Mr. Depp did not deny the violence that he perpetrated toward Ms. Heard. She also did, as everybody has, all of our other therapists, because Ms. Heard admitted as such, that she also used low levels of violence as well. So Dr. Amy Banks had that opinion.
Did you review Dr. Laurel Anderson's treatment notes and read her deposition?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and what was the significance of what you learned from Dr. Anderson?
So Dr. Anderson similarly thought that there was violence and abuse in this relationship. She was the one therapist out of the 4 who qualified it as mutual abuse, which the termination I've talked to you about, I don't necessarily agree with. But she did see and did understand that there was violence and abuse by Mr. Depp. What was most notable was that after the December 15th, 2015 episode, Ms. Heard called her, in addition to calling Connell Cohen, and reached out to a number of people, but she saw Dr. Anderson in her office, and Dr. Anderson saw 2 bruises on her face and told me, my husband kicked me, and he pushed me, and he punched me in the head. And should I call the police?
Objection, Your Honor.
What should I
Hearsay.
do?
She's not reading, Your Honor. She's just saying the significance.
Sustain the objection. Next question.
All right. What were your...
She literally
what
was
conclusions did you
reenacting
make
what
as
the
a
lady
result of
said.
what you reviewed for Dr. Laurel Anderson?
My take of reading Dr. Laurel Anderson's deposition and seeing her, redacted notes was that,
Oh my God,
from my
Christ.
professional opinion, this was a very
Mrs.
serious
Olis, please take the
incident and a
stand.
very serious,
Amber was
allegation of
raised
intimate partner
to
violence by
be
Mr. Depp.
a
If a
pussy.
patient comes into my office with 2 bruises and
Objection.
alleges being pushed, shoved, and kicked by her partner, I'm going to be very concerned, and I'm going to mobilize a lot more resources to help that individual. And for some reason, that did not happen for Ms. Heard.
What are your overall clinical impressions from reading these notes from Amber Heard's treatment providers and their couples therapists?
Objection, compound.
All right, sustained.
Kim Kardashian's like, my makeup is not compound makeup. How dare you?
What you told everybody.
Objection, compound.
I mean, I don't know how to get it less compound, Your Honor.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Thank you.
So my overall impression of the treatment notes was, there's significant support for the fact that there was intimate partner violence in this relationship. It was consistently reported over time, and there were couples therapists who saw and understood that. So, there were, Mr. Depp also attended a session with Dr. Connell Cohen with Ms. Heard. And in that session, he was very belligerent and mean and yelling and intimidating, and he even got up and stormed out, rolled a joint, and then came back later. Dr. Connell Cohen's impression was this is somebody who's poorly controlled. That's the same thing that Dr. Laurel Anderson said about him. And he stormed out of one of those sessions too. So there were a total of 6 sessions, couple session, but Mr. Depp stormed out of 2 of them. So there were only 4 couple sessions for these 2 individuals in this just highly volatile, highly damaging relationship that was,
Hope I'm not violating
punctuated by
anybody's
the force
OSHA,
of
but
control and
fractured
intimate
and
partner
Maddie.
violence.
Y'all's COVID test came back
What are the
positive,
observations
honey,
did you make
after
about
quarantine.
Amber Heard's psychological status over that period?
I mean, the record was very clear that her psychological status deteriorated as she was in the relationship with Mr. Depp. She kept getting worse. She was losing weight. By the end, she was down to, I think, 105 pounds from about 125, 130. She was taking significantly more medication than she's ever taken in her life. She was having more panic, more anxiety, more distress, more affect dysregulation, just really an inability to regulate her mood, more anger outbursts. So it can significantly deteriorate over time.
You talked about weight. What, if any, diagnoses did Bonnie Jacobs make about Amber Heard having an eating disorder?
There was no evidence in the record that Ms. Heard had an eating disorder.
What, if any, observations did you make about whether Dr. Cowan-Connell thought she had an eating disorder?
There was no indication in his record that she had an eating disorder.
Now, what, if any, observations did you make about the impact of Mr. Depp's substance abuse?
So the substance abuse was a very relevant and complicating factor to this relationship. When you pair that level of substance abuse with the level of intimate partner violence and coercive control, it's a very, very disastrous mix.
Okay.
And one of the things that happens with the substance abuse is a very similar dynamic that happens with the intimate partner violence. That there's the lying, there's the hiding, there's the cheating, there's the obfuscation, the rationalization about the drinking, the rationalization about the violence, the trying to, promises, I'm going to do better, I'm going to get clean and sober, I'm not going to hit you anymore.
Objection, Your Honor. Can I be heard?
Everyone approach.
I mean, if I was her, I'd at least cry a little bit.
What, if any, dynamics and coping styles are connected to the substance abuse by Mr. Depp?
So they share similarities. There's a lot of lying when somebody's a substance abuser. There's a lot of hiding. There's a lot of concealment. There's a lot of rationalization. There's a lot of blame, blaming your partner for your inability to stay clean and sober. There's a lot of the promises to change and the promises to get better. So a lot of these dynamics sort of co-occur, in a situation of substance abuse and domestic violence. They're very similar. The difficulty in this relationship was that the majority of the violent episodes and the sexually violent episodes were in these alcohol and drug-fueled rages. That was predominantly when those happened. When he wasn't in those stages, we still saw the obsessive jealousy and the coercive control and the possessiveness. That still persisted. But when the alcohol and the drugs came together is when Amber Heard was more in danger of being hurt by him.
Why didn't Amber Heard leave the relationship sooner?
Well, I mean, you know why.
Objection, speculation, Your Honor.
Have you formed, based on your experience and based on your 29 hours of
Well, you know
clinical
why.
evaluation of Amber Heard. What is your understanding of why Amber Heard didn't leave the relationship earlier?
Objection beyond the scope of the disclosure.
It clearly is not. I mean, it's clearly in the disclosure. Point to where you say it's not. I mean,
Point to where you say it's not.
You're
I'm not- Could you come forward?
Lord, you can't say this stuff in front of a jury. This lady should know this. Lord, help him, honey. Point to where you say it's not. Girl, what? Where did she hire these people? I feel like she got these lawyers at the Goodwill, honey. People donated because they were done, honey. Point to where you see a thought. Point to where you see a thought. Maybe they're stalling because Amber doesn't want to take the stand today or doesn't want to be cross-examined. Maybe that's what they're doing. I don't know. What the hell's happening? I know one thing.
The devil is
now,
dancing tonight.
You indicated that your main opinion was that Amber Heard's report of violence and abuse in her relationship with Mr. Depp is consistent with what is known as intimate partner violence, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And why did you believe that Amber Heard, what formed your basis of that opinion, in a nutshell?
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
Overruled, I'll allow it.
The basis of the opinion was looking at all the dynamics in this relationship, looking at not just the hitting and the yelling.
Maybe so, Miss
looking
B.
at how much more hitting was done, looking at the coercive control, the obsessive jealousy, the possessiveness, the sexual violence, the choking behavior, the threats to kill. Those are all, as I stated, very significant and often found in cases of lethal domestic violence. Those were significant severity factors. And looking at all those, that's what tipped the scales, that even though she
But
yelled
the
and
one
said
that
some
has
horrible
any
things and
proof
hit
in
him,
any type of
never
severe
was able
violence
to
is
shift the
Johnny Depp
balance
with
of
his
power and
finger.
control in that relationship.
Now, you have discussed with Amber Heard and you have reviewed and evaluated the emotional impact on Amber Heard as a result of emotional distress as a result of the 3 counterclaim statements, correct? The 3 alleged defamatory statements made by Mr. Depp through Mr. Waldman, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Objection,
And-
compound leading.
Just
Overruled, I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Could you please tell the jury what psychological impact these statements had on Amber Heard?
Yes, so there were 3 statements that I evaluated. May I check my notes to give you the dates and my recollection so that I can be clear?
Since I couldn't put it in, that might be the fastest way, Your Honor.
I'd rather she not address the court. I mean,
I'm sorry. Yes. you
Okay.
can- Yes.
So there were 3 statements on April 8th, 2020, April 27th, 2020, and June 24th, 2020 that I queried her about and asked her about. The one that, what happens is if somebody who, like Ms. Heard, has trauma-based symptoms and PTSD, we say that PTSD is a cue-based disorder. There are things that happen in the environment
God, not the
that
damn
trigger it
cues.
and make it worse. And have to refute that your report of violence and abuse is a hoax makes that trauma activated. So it makes the PTSD symptoms at that time become more intense and more severe. So she would have more intrusive thoughts, more nightmares, more sleeplessness, more difficulty engaging with other people, depression, sadness, stress. All of that would happen when one of these statements came out. The one that was, the most difficult was the one where they said that her sexual violence
Objection, Your
was
Honor.
a hoax.
What's the objection?
I think she's going to the, to.
Oh, I'll overrule objection. Go ahead.
Please continue.
The one that was most difficult for Ms. Heard was the statement about calling her sexual violence a hoax. As I stated earlier, most women try very diligently to put that sexual violence in a box, bury it down, not want to talk about it, not want to have anything related to it come up. And, she's done, by my estimation in her coping, although she suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder, she also has a high degree of coping strategies. But when this would happen, it sort of would just, everything would deteriorate. And this is the one thing that women are always afraid of, that no one's going to believe them. No one's going to take them seriously. And when somebody comes out in the popular media and calls your experience a hoax, that lended itself to more severe psychological and traumatic symptomatology for her.
Dr. Hughes, are all of your opinions that you have provided today within a reasonable
Girl,
degree of
she can't even
psychological
push a tear
probability and
out.
certainty?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this is a good time to go ahead and break for the day. We can have cross-examination and redirect tomorrow of this witness, of Dr. Hughes. So if you could have a good evening, do not discuss the case with anybody, and don't do any outside research.
She
okay?
kind of looks like
See
Ron
you in the
Weasley
morning.
there.
Thank you.
Girl, it's going to be lit in the morning, honey.
Okay. All right, Dr. Hughes, since you're still in the middle of your testimony, please don't discuss your testimony with anybody, including the attorneys, okay? And anything that you looked at, referenced during your direct examination, if you could just turn that over so they can review that before cross-examination, okay? All right, thank you, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I just, I presume she wants to be able to take that back with her. and
We can
review
get copies
overnight.
of it. We'll get whatever it is.
Okay, good.
We'll make sure you get copies of it.
So it is
you get
prep
copies
notes
of
from the
CCP
lawyers.
originals,
Yes,
okay?
thank you.
All right.
I have copies of everything that I looked at. Other than
Okay,
my
well, no, we're not talking right now. Court's in
Other
session.
than my
Thank you.
post-it note that
All
I
right. So anything else then? So we'll see you tomorrow. at 10
Girl,
a.m., correct?
what?
Thank you. Have a good evening.
She says, I have copies. No, we don't. Girl, this is some shady shit going on. Did she just push at him? She's not supposed to be over there, is she? Look at her just throwing the stuff at him. Look. Girl, this is insane. Put the camera back on her. See, now she doesn't even look sad anymore. She dropped it like a snap, honey. Girl, that looks like a Miller can, honey. Yeah, this is a mess. So is that's her priest? I'm guessing. Is that her priest? Choo choo, hot mess express. Totally, honey. I love how she has all these folders. Like she's handling, like you have lawyers, honey. Girl, tomorrow's gonna be a hot mess, girl. Damn, how many? Look at her. Girl, that's a big ass pocket. She's off to see the wizard. Oh my God, they left her behind, honey. Girl, she was running. Don't forget about me. Oh, I wanted to see some more. All right, girls. It has been fun. It has been fun. It has been fun. Girls, I'll see you here same time, same channel tomorrow. We'll check it out together, girls. Thank you again for stopping by, honey's. And I'll see you later tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. There is still a live show at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Pricey Pranks will be doing his wonderful radio show at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tonight. So if you girls want to head over for that, you're more than welcome. Bye, girls.